Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, June the 16th. My name is my name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You can hear me and you can see my screen. Wow, a lot of excitement already this morning. I thought the only excitement was going to be seeing that the Dow was down, well, the markets were down a lot, but no. I have been able to trade AERC. I took just a little over 20. I've traded out of it. I'm going to look for more entries during the day, but there's AERC. I missed ADN. My goodness, I missed it. I mean, I saw it. I was going to take it right around here, but then I got wrapped up in the AERC. So ADN has some. I mean, on the surface, it looks like great news. I mean, what was it? A $782 million euro funding. So it looks on the surface looks like really good news. I have no idea what this is about. We have no information about ADN at all in terms of float, anything. So I don't really know what's going on with them. Don't know if it's yeah. So don't scream at me. Oh, here it is. It just popped in. Okay, a little bit delayed. So 26 million in the float, 13% short float, etc. So anyway, we'll see what happens once the market opens. Now, SIDU, it just drove me crazy yesterday. Yesterday I waited anyway all day for some kind of a move. And at what time was that? At 3 o'clock, it had that little move. And then look what I didn't get it. I mean, for the longest part of the day, it just sort of sat there after the big pop in the pre-market. And then finally, and look at that crazy, crazy, crazy move in the last hour, and then even into the after hours, 587, and now this morning. I mean, it's just when you think you've seen it all, again, this popped, SIDU popped in the pre-market, and then basically it did nothing all day until that last hour, and then it just accelerated. Had news yesterday, kind of fluffy news, but anyway, we'll see what happens. This is not shortable for me, so I keep thinking it's just going to collapse, but you never know. Now I had STRR, but I think it's gap down again. STRR, yeah. So it gapped down. Some kind of a contract. They got $4.2 million contract. So this popped up to in the pre-market, got up to 125, but now it's under $1 again. Probably is going to go negative. And the EBIX, yeah. I saw EBIX early. I saw it right about here. I thought, okay, it's gapped down a little bit. Okay, couldn't see any news, but yeah, as Zach pointed out, another hit piece by Hindenburg, and that has caused this one to just key rack. I see no news on this one, but Kang is a big CANG. Kang is a big gap down. I don't see any specific news on it. Another cheap one that has gapped down in a big way. Unfortunately, there was been testing for a long time now an Alzheimer's drug. I think it's at 2013. Anyway, still bad results. So this one has got just clobbered here, 29%. Excuse me, down. And you're right. Kroger is an earnings play. KR is an earnings play. CMRA, is it holding its gap? This was a wild one a couple of days ago. Actually, look at this CMRA. Yeah, it's kind of. I mean, it got up to 542, so it's given up $1. But I didn't actually realize that it did this yesterday. So CMRA 2 days ago got up to 437, so it's basically there. Yeah, I don't have any idea if ADN is going to keep booming. No idea. I mean, if you look at the news, it looks pretty good, but we will never know until the market opens and you see what other traders around the world think. VIVK, VIVK. kept its pop, not really. It's given up over $1 now. VIVK, and this is an energy play actually. They acquired a couple of companies with looks like reserves. Acquires companies with assets located in two major U.S. oil basins with long-term contracts in place, etc. So that is VIVK. And this IPO from yesterday, which is to be a very crazy one, only because they released it so late. HSCS. Well, it looks like, I mean, it's up 81%, but that's because it just really closed way down here. So I don't know what to make of it. No idea. Let's see if it takes out yesterday's high, perhaps. 377. But they released this so late. I can't recall an IPO being released so late. Somebody from our YouTube group, BMAL or BIMAL, is asking for what about VORB? I don't see VORB anywhere in my. Well, I think very much of it. There's no volume, so I don't see any news on it. So tried to come back a little bit yesterday. The next high. I mean, it's got some room, I suppose. 294 was the high yesterday. If it can break that, then 340. But there's no excitement about this right now. So meanwhile, EDU is doing its thing again. I'm sorry, that was another one. I'm sorry. EDU is doing its thing, but on the downside. And I guess I got to mention this RDBX Redbox is still it's doing its thing also. Very choppy trading action, but Redbox up 19%. ADN keeps moving here. I mean, at least that again that press release looks pretty good. Here it is. Receives notification of 782 million euro funding from the Greek state for a green HIPO project. Be made available over a period of 6 years. So this is basically, I guess you call it an EV play. Asked about Baidu. Well, of course, Baidu completely tied in with China, whatever is happening with China. So, I don't, it's gapping down a bit, but it's all to do with China. So I don't, unless Baidu has news on its own, you just have to follow what China is doing. So look at KWeb. KWeb, big gap down so far. Unless Baidu has specific news to it, it's probably going to track what KWeb is doing. So. Okay, 9/11. Let's see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from briefing.com this morning. And as to be expected, we have a little list of upgrades, more downgrades. So let me get the upgrades in right now. All right, there is a short list of upgrades. Now I'm going to get the downgrades in. Again, I'm looking for multiple downgrades. I don't see any. There was one stock being downgraded by several firms. I'm not seeing that. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means that briefing.com doesn't have that. All right, there are some of the upgrades and some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Now I'm looking at this AERC. I mean, I've traded out of it. I wanted to, this, in theory, this could take out yesterday's high. Again, I'm not saying it's going to, I'm just saying in theory, yesterday's high is up here at what, 2370. And then the next high looking left is 2590. And AUVI, of course, is following suit. Not as dynamic as AERC, but nonetheless. These guys, EFOI, still not coming out with any sort of a press release. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. ADN, I'm hearing making new highs. ADN making new highs. I mean, when you compare SIDUs yesterday with that kind of a fluffy press release and what it did, and then you look at ADN, and I mean, again, I don't know what they're going to be able to do really, but with that funding, ADN, over 6 years, It looked like a lot of money. So, and it's a low float, fairly low float. Yeah, I mean, 26 million in the float. SIDU was a lot less. I think it was 6 million. Take a look at SIDU. Yeah, so it's 6.5 million. So there was a difference in float. And Jeffries has a $4 price target. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, Zach. I mean, it seemed like it's an IPO. It happened yesterday late. That was the crazy one. It happened very late. Look when it started to trade. But I mean, it says, IPO prices at 425 a share, debut and has initially, it says it's an IPO. So it doesn't look like it's an uplisting. But look when it started to trade. I mean, it didn't start to trade until 3:15. That's a crazy thing. Wow, 80 in. I mean, three now. Let's take a look at their chart and see what areas could stall it. So on the monthly chart, the next high is 398. And I think that might correspond to that weekly high. Yeah. So 398, 398 on the weekly and the monthly. What's the huge volume? Yeah. So it's traded half the float so far, 26 million in the float, and it's traded 13 million so far. All right, let's take a look at the carnage. I'm going to go to new dock channel bar. I'm going to check the sectors, major sectors. And with the market down, gapping way down now, let's take a look and see what's happening here. So nothing. So when I say nothing, nothing is positive. I wasn't quite sure what oil prices or oil prices were doing, but at any rate, if you're new to this, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major energy ETF. These are the stocks that make it up. So when you see 100% in red, what that means is that every single stock that makes up XLE is down from yesterday's close. Well, that's what that means. So when you check the other major sectors, there's nothing positive going on right now. And of course, I'll try to remember, maybe look at this around 10 o'clock, but instead of the change from the close, we're going to look at the change from the open and see if there's anything that has dramatically changed. All right, guys, we're getting a little bit closer to this open. All right, I'm just looking at XPEV. So the China stocks, look at KWeb, guys. KWeb's getting hammered this morning, KWeb. So looking at China stocks, it's probably hard pressed to find any China stock up today. I'm not saying there isn't one, but just based on what KWeb is doing this morning, sorry, KWeb is doing this morning. That's a big gap down. And guess what is not a China stock is ADN. Look at ADN just running here, guys. I mean, that was great news. I mean, what can I say? That looked like really good news. Sometimes we can get seduced by the news, though, and you can think you read too much into it. But I looked at that and I thought, man, I mean, that does seem pretty darn good. I know it's over 6 years, but still, that's a lot of money. 782 million euros. I don't know what the conversion is right now, but I'm sure it's going to be pretty close. Yeah, it's about the same, 1.05. So it's about the same in US dollars. So I mean, that's a lot of money. Wow, I mean, that's amazing. I remember the euro and the US dollar are about the same. All right, guys, just getting set for this open. And I don't know if Adam, are you still in the room? You asked a question way earlier. You needed some help with Trade Ideas software. Can you please assist? I answered you about 3 minutes later, but I didn't see anything back from you. So BML, I don't know if when you make a statement like that, will something reach above five nobody can possibly know. I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but I mean, we don't know. I mean, it got up to five before, 543 before. Is it possible? Sure. Anything is possible. But if you're asking me, my opinion, will it reach above it again? I have no idea. Whoa, I'm not in it. I'm not in this. AERCE just made AERRC, sorry, AERC. So I traded out of this morning. I'm telling you, if it takes out that high of yesterday, as crazy as it sounds, it may just rip. Yeah, Bimal, I'm not trying to be mean, but I get a question, just in general, will something happen? I have no idea. No idea, especially with these little ones with low floats. If you'd asked me yesterday about SIDU, I would have said it was dead, 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 and nothing was going to happen, after that initial flurry. I mean, look what happened, from the last hour and then this morning. I mean, Never, ever. If you had made me say which way it was going to go, I would never have said this. So now EBIX, another leg down, another leg down. Another one just getting cracked again here. AFRM. It just another gap, little gap down for AFRM, 6%. Of course, this is the buy now, pay later. So this is now taking out these 3 days here. Yeah, if my crystal ball had really been working, I would have just said, you know what? I'm going to just take this AERC right about here and hold it. you know, and we're right around here would have been around $9. And just hold it through all the froth and all the up and down. Wow, China, China, China. I'm just looking at all these China stocks just getting crushed here. There's K-Web. Thank you, William. Yes, less than a minute. Less than a minute. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. Yesterday turned into a really interesting one. Of course, the market, we had the FOMC, we had all the gyrations around 2 o'clock and then at 2:30. We finished very strongly, but we're in for a big gap down to start anyway. So I will typically not trade in the first 15 minutes unless AERC does something crazy like takes out yesterday's high. I might have to attack it a bit. All right, we are now open. Let's see what's happening now. SIDU starting to give it up a little. No shorts for me for SIDU. Yeah, I think the issue with SIDU is if you have the earnings share, EPS, for some reason it is blocking SIDU if you have the earnings per share as a filter. Happens every now and then. Let me just see here. I think I took my earnings per share out. Yeah, you see, I took it out. I used to have it here. And so SIDU was showing up for me. If I added the EPS, earnings per share, which is sort of the hack to get rid of ETFs, etc., SIDU would disappear. So that's the reason. It happens every now and then. Nothing really can do about it. Okay, well, big gap down, obviously. This ID, or sorry, this IDU, Dow is down almost 600, NAS is down 270, and the SPY is off. Wow. I mean, ERC just, if you saw where I bought it this morning and sold it, you think, I'm crazy, but could have just as easily given it up about $2 or $3. So I always like to protect, but it's getting closer and closer to yesterday's high. Wow, look at this SPAC. GGPI just getting turfed here. Look at GGPI. Wow. Is that who they were going to be merging with or acquiring? Continues EV expansion. This is on the 15th. Wow, that's yesterday. Polestar. Oh my goodness, it looks like ERC. I mean, it's very close. 2370 is the high yesterday, so getting closer, only $1 away. And this is still not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And we have our first halt of the day on the way down, though. CMRA on the way down. CMRA halted on the way down. So Mona Fortuna, my fortune. I don't know. Let's take a look at Revlon. No idea. I mean, it's had the nice bounce after that Chapter 11 announcement. Decent bounce after on Friday. Meanwhile, ADN, severe rippage. This is just really, I'd love to see some kind of, it's just too, I just cannot chase it. I'd love to see some kind of a pullback. Of course, if you're in this right now, you don't want to see a pullback. I get it, but maybe a pullback to the 3 level. But yeah, if you're in it now, great. And a perfect example of why I don't chase and why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. Look at the AERC. I could have said, you know what? I think it's going to take out that high yesterday. So why not just buy it now? And, it drops $2 just like that. So it's typically, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes for a very good reason. I will miss out on an ADN that keeps ripping. I get it, but cannot predict that, something is just going to keep ripping. Yeah, VVIK, I mean, it hit VIVK, sorry, hit 340 in the pre-market. It did have some news acquiring some, I guess, leases Energy, oil leases. No mind. Okay, now look. See, now I'm not upset at all for missing out on the AERC. I mean, look at that. Look at that giant red candle here, and it's halted on the way down. Halted on the way down. And again, glad I didn't chase the CMRA. Halted on the way down. Market is moving down. Whew. ADN has not given it up yet. Not really. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. Well, there's the pullback. My thoughts on SIDU, wishing I had shorts. Those are my thoughts on SIDU. Now look, I mean, if it holds, I guess anything's possible with that float. But right now, I mean, obviously there's some pretty big selling taking place, but give it 15 minutes and see if it, rests at 7 or something. All right, CMRA just resumed, and PEI also, Prince Edward Island. Let's see, this got halted on the way up. Seen this one in the past, this Pennsylvania Real Estate Investment Trust, PEI. Seen this one in the past. Wow, look at Fubo. Oh my goodness. Okay, ADN kind of holding 3 now. I'm going to get down to 286, holding, trying to hold. But these topping tails are pretty ominous right now for on the 15-minute chart. Okay, you've got that one right here. That's the 915 and then the 930. Again, the buyers had it up, sellers knocked it down. Buyers had it up, sellers are trying to knock it down. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for ADN. All right, VIVK now. I mean, it got as high as 339 in the pre-market. It pulled back. Maybe if it takes out 271, it could have a run. I'm just going to stick an alert there just to see if it even happens. Might have a bit of a run. Try to get into that area in the pre-market. Wow, look at HBI, Haynes, old school company. When were they started? Back in 1901. My goodness, 1901 Haynes, turning into a penny stock. 981 right now. Take a look left. 986 is the on the monthly, and then after that, 771 HBI. I mean, this is just getting thumped here. Let's take a look at the bigger picture on the SPY. So SIDU just got halted. I think I got halted on the way up. All right. Yeah, it did get halted on the way up. Okay, so I mean it's not obviously not over yet. What's the high today? Is 815. The next high over, that's right, 1245 is the next high. Looking left on the monthly chart, and the high is 1004 on the weekly chart. So look, in theory, it's got room still, in theory. And AERC is now trading again. Keep wondering when or if they're going to do a financing. Oh, look at this big red candle. Big red candle here. Opening 15-minute candle. Getting bigger. But it's interesting, you can still find little gems to go long on, with trade ideas. You can, because these sort of stocks don't really care that much about what the overall market's doing. I mean, within reason. If the stock has news, like the ADN, okay, this is getting more interesting now for me. Watching it trade around that 3 mark. Love to see it, 314, 15 gets me pretty interested. Yeah, look at the drop though. So I'm going to stick an alert for around 314 and see if it takes it out later. EBIX, yeah, this is now a gap down and a reverse. A gap down and reverse. Look at this reversal. Wow. I know William was in it. And Shady's looking at this EBIX on the long side, and I think you're out of it, William. Too bad, because that is a tremendous bounce. All right, guys, VVIK. It took out that high right there. Let's see if I can attack a little bit up here in that 335 mark. And they did have a little bit of news this morning for VVIK, VIVK, sorry, VIVK. Had some news this morning. All right, let's take a look at SIDU where it could open. No real clue yet. This is briefing.com. This is Interactive Brokers. All right. Just opened. Well, there you go. Over 8 now. Wow, over 8 and more. Good grief. You got to be quick on the SIDU. I mean, I'm doing things that I haven't normally done, but anyway. Let's take a look at LTHM. This is a gap down and go. LTHM, gap down and go as the market is moving down. How is KWeb doing? KWeb is trying to actually, so the China stocks, if you're following any China stocks, probably putting a bit of a bounce in. KWeb is trying to bounce. And now SIDU got halted on the way down again. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say again. It got halted on the way up. And then now it's halted on the way down. So see, this is, today AERC is really trading in a difficult manner. Okay, this is typical now, as opposed to yesterday. If you look right here at around 12:45, where it had that beautiful run, about $7 or something. Before then, it started to chop around. But right now, you are really being chopped up if you're trying to trade this one, I think, anyway, AERC. So all I'm doing now, I'm just going to stick an alert, believe it or not, just at the high of the day and see if it takes it out later on. Our RBLX is getting, this is now a gap down and go, with probably a lot of stocks. Memers beware. Look at BBBY, Bed Bath and Beyond, almost an all-time low. BBBY. I haven't looked at. I took a sort of a glance at AMC early. It's still. I'll look at the other one, GME. What is it doing? No reason, but with the market, what it's doing, it should just be absolutely cratering. But these memers, they just don't give a rip. Look at AERC, guys. I mean, difficult, difficult, difficult. But look at this. Look at this. Okay, now PEI just resumed. PEI just resumed. Looks like it's halted again, or the halt has not come off our chart. That's all. All right, bounce play from Zach on tech, but pretty tough to commit to a bounce right now, I think. TECK. If the market stops moving down, perhaps TECK 37.53 was the alert. Okay, SIDU resumed and it moved, yeah, down a little bit. Now here's a gap down in reverse for Kang. Wow, look at this. CANG. Yeah, great reversal. Great reversal for Kang. Not trading in the face of this down market, but I mean, it's still down 14%. But my guess is that let's take a look at KWeb. KWeb, my guess, KWeb has to be bouncing. No, it isn't. So Kang is actually trading on its own as a China stock on a bounce. Yeah, ADN is still, we have to think that the news will spur some more interest later on. I mean, what did it get down to? 274. Yeah, holding three. I think I have an alert set around 314. Nothing magical about 314. I just want to see it clear three by enough. Beyond Meat, wow. I'm just getting gap down and go is just firing left and right. And as Zach mentioned, market test for McPlant disappoints, as he mentioned that one earlier. So here is your news. Yeah, when I go to McDonald's, which is, not often, I'm not looking to be healthy. Not that I think these Beyond Meat are healthy, but I'm not looking for anything like that if I go to McDonald's. So personally, I'm not going to have a salad at McDonald's. So it doesn't surprise me that something like Beyond Meat did not perform that well. All right, ADN is getting frisky here. It's funny, it reminds me a little bit like SIDU yesterday, a little bit. How the big market, the market pop, and then the market opens, and it just kind of doesn't do too much. But 50 million shares have traded, 50.9 million, 26 in the float. So I mean, this is going to probably trade the float, I would say at least 3 times today. I mean, it's almost double. Aha, LYT now, LYT. Whoa, and oh, it resumed. It was halted. Son of a gun. Look at this. So this was the this was the IPO from I guess yesterday. Look at this thing rock. Hard to get in now. I didn't realize it was halted. Well, you can't trade 2704, 2898 on the bid ask. Yeah, only 53,000 shares, so can't get too worked up about it. Wow, PEI came out of its halt, 653. Wow, 781. What's the volume? I mean, the volume is not huge, but it came out of its halt. And now it just got halted again. PEI just got halted again. Anybody from PEI in the room? And I don't mean Pennsylvania. Cruisers, guys. Cruisers, Uber. Wow. AMC, well, okay. Where do we have the next low looking left? 12, 1154. Little too close. A little too close. Well, guys, you know what? I'm in this Haynes short HBI. It's just done nothing. At 982, it's just sort of sitting here. I thought, but it's not really dramatically moving one way or the other. All right, take a look at ADN now. ADN with these little bottoming tails now on the 15-minute chart. There's a pretty big one there, got down to 274. Buyers closed it around 294. Sellers tried again. but I'm, steadfast. I'm waiting for maybe about a 314 break. And right now, AERC, in my opinion, is untradeable. It's gone back to that untradeable. You might get lucky and guess, but in my opinion, it is just kind of turning into an untradeable one for the time being anyway. Too many topping tails, bottoming tails. Whoa, VIVK, VIVK. Okay, if this takes out 279, that might get me interested. A high of 340 in the pre-market. Had some news. Am I late? Shoot, I'm a little bit late on the VIVK. Did not get the fill I wanted, so which is too bad. There it is, winning a race here. And again, it did have some news. It's acquiring companies with. Here is the news for VIVK, acquiring companies with assets in major oil basins. I think with ADN guys, it's just a matter of a ton of patience. It may never take out this area, the 314 area, but and it may just drop from here. But just have the patience. Put a price alert if it happens. I'm not saying if it hits that price alert that you just hop into the trade, but I think you can just see the this current 15-minute candle and the previous one. That's kind of the area that it struggled to get through. Or just wait for 11 o'clock and go long. Yes. I should put a little timer. I forget when it's 11 o'clock. Well, it sure ain't bouncing from your scan. That's for sure. Zach? Not yet, anyway. Oh, Zach has, tracked this over, I don't know, years, months, but he's been talking about an 11 o'clock reversal. The SPY tends to go, and now this is nothing scientific, but the SPY, if you watch at around 11 o'clock, between 11 and 12, many times you'll see, even on a day like today, we might see some green. Yeah, so I'd be hard pressed to play any bounce right now with the SPY doing what it's doing. I've seen this one in the past. I have no idea what it really means. The Bank of Montreal, I mean, this is not, I mean, BMO, I think, is the symbol. Now, so I don't know what this OIL, what this really, I mean, I could look at it. It's the profile. There's really nothing. So I don't really know what this is. Now we had a nice short from the AI. If you could get the short, ACLX 1488 on the short, 1431 now. So a nice short from the AI. Whip. Eye of Newt, NEWT is making a new low. Where's the next low for this one? 1721 looks like on the monthly chart. US Steel cratering also. US Steel X. So for whatever reason, this little realty trust, HR is pretty strong. HR. What did I get to this morning? Got up to 26.95. Next high over here is 27.80. It's probably a big float. Yeah, pretty big float, 148 million. ACB, haven't seen that one for a while. Cannabis play. Oh man. Yeah, PEI just resumed. Man, that's look at the crazy action for this one. PEI just resumed. That came out of the halt. Whoa, PRG. I mean, I know somebody was talking about this one earlier. I did not realize it was an all-time low. Not showing up in my, it may show up, well, soon in my 10-day daily breakdown. The relative volume is fine now. It's 8, but I need, I think, a minimum of 400,000 shares for it to show up in my 10-day daily breakdown. Whew. Come on, Haynes, just very boring. HPI. You're long PRG. Wow. Okay, so Castle, you want to buy above the market price and add my stop price properly. Okay, so I'm not aware of how until the I may be wrong. I'm not a big user of B plus Castle. Um, and unfortunately with this new setup, I haven't really practiced too much. The other one was a lot easier for me to create a market order above the current price. But as I recall, I wasn't sure how you could actually put the stop in until it actually gets executed. So I'm out of my realm here, Castle. I don't use, let me see if I can try, first of all, if I can remember how to do this in terms of just putting so let's say if I wanted to buy SIDU at, wow, it's right back up. Good grief. All right, let's take another one, VIVK. Let's say I wanted to buy it at 3. Wow, SIDU, this will not give up. Will not give up. So let's just say I wanted to buy, I really not like this new way of doing it, but let me see if I can figure out. I just find it confusing, to be honest. Yeah, so that's not the way to do it. Pepe can help me. I just find it so incredibly unintuitive. But I have a feeling anyway, Castle, that until it gets bought, you can't put the stop in. But when you're doing a conditional buy order above, I may be completely wrong, but again, I am no expert using this. I usually just demonstrate its use as in the simulator. However, I should know how to. Let me try it one more time. No, I mean these are the only hotkeys we've got in terms of orders. No, Castle. These are the only hotkeys we've got. So no. Where's Pepe? Help me. Again, I find this just not intuitive at all. Okay, Chloe. Okay. Look at ERC, guys. Yeah, I'm going to take this off here. I'm going to try to figure this out. Give me a moment, guys. Look at this SIDU. There's no accounting for it. Well, I'm sorry, Castle, I cannot figure out how to even make a conditional buy order above the price. Used to be so simple with the other way. I can't even figure it out. I'm embarrassed to tell you that, but I can't. I'm gonna have to, if Pepe's here, I think he knows, but how do I create this stupid conditional buy order above the price, Pepe? I mean, it's very frustrating. So let's say I want to buy a SIDU at 9, okay? I mean, the other way was so darn simple. So I want to put a conditional buy order for SIDU above the current price. And if you tell me how to do it, I'll write it down. But I also think, Pepe, am I not correct that you can create a conditional buy order, but you cannot put the stop order in until it's bought? I may be wrong, but all right. I'm going to go buy stop. 600 shares. 2.7. No, I see it says it's going to execute immediately. So it's not a buy stop. At least not the way, if I understood what you were saying. Yeah, so there you go, Castle. So you cannot put the stop loss in anyway until it's bought, okay? Automatically. So that's number one. I'm just getting our our resident expert telling me this, okay? Number one. I understand. Stop limit. That's what I thought too. Stop limit. Stop limit. I'm going to, get the symbol in here. There's the symbol. I choose stop limit. Pick how many shares. I should be able to pick how many shares. I'm going to 500 shares. Stop limit. I should be able to put some kind of a price in here. Let's go above 9. Click the buy and send. Yeah, so enter valid limit price. I mean, I don't know. It's just not. Used to be able to do it very, very. Look at SIDU. I'm sorry, guys. This is just a crazy, crazy action for it. Anyway, Pepe, if you can figure it out for me, I promise I'll write it down. How would I create a conditional buy order above the current price using this mess? All right, I'm going to click stop. I'm going to put it above 912, 500 shares, stop, 912. Click the buy button. It won't do it. Okay, I want to 299. Want to buy 600 shares if it hits 299. Click the buy button and I send it and I think it's going to say it's going to execute. Oh, did it do it? No, I see it took the trade right away. So So that's not the right, that's not it either. Anyway, guys, I got to get back here. Okay. Buy. All right, guys, ADN. Let's take a look at ADN. Getting too wrapped up in this. Okay, guys. ADN could be on the way now. Yeah, I'm writing this down, but I'm having to manage this ADN right now. And it get attracted to that high in the pre-market of 341. Well, let me try it right now with this. Okay, so you saying click buy first, click stop, then enter the shares. 400. Now I must be able to change this to some price above. Send. All right, you were a genius. I wrote it down. At least now I know how to do it. I think that is ridiculous. Well, I actually entered the price before. I think that's ridiculous how it's done, but okay. I wrote it down. Thank you, Pepe. But Castle, as you see, you cannot add the stop until it's bought. Come on, ADN, move. You notice it hit that 333 and it took the trade. This is in the simulator. Okay, you know what, guys? I'm out of that Haynes. It's just not moving, so I'm out of the Haynes HBI. Basically flat. And we have a halt again for SIDU. This is on the way down now. Yeah, man, oh man. Look at this. It was up to 932 and now it's back down to 794. Well, it may be on artists. It may. We don't try to pump anything, but I'm obviously in this trade now, ADN, and I would love to see it explode. At least get up to the pre-market high and challenge it. or the high actually. 343 is the high. But it's still kind of choppy. Let's see. And we have another halt. Oh, Revlon got halted. Ooh, on the way down. Revlon got halted on the way down. I'm sorry, it resumed. It was halted at 169 and now it's resuming. Well, you know what? I held off on getting a little scalp trade for the ADN. Looks like maybe I should have. We'll see what happens. I'm slightly underwater here. AKAN, what are you doing? AKAN. So choppy like anything though. I mean, it's hard to commit. AKN over $1 now. Well, it was chapter 11. That's what they announced on Friday, right? Last Friday for Revlon, or Thursday or Friday, whenever that was. I mean, that's been out there. But now a delisting notice reminds us exactly like what happened to Hertz. Just give it a moment, please. Okay, guys, I'll be back in about 1 minute, okay? 1 or 2 minutes. What time is it right now? 10:29. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right, guys, that was quick. I did do a time travel, yes. All right, SIDU now just resumed, and a lot of halts resumes today. The RI, Bear Cave. There we go, yeah. As traders circulate a short report from the Bear Cave. Now, do you like the Bear Cave? I can't remember if you think they're good or bad. You don't like them, okay. Well, it's working for a while anyway. Well, and it's showing up on your bottoming scan, Perry, P-E-R-I, at 1680. Well, the only thing I can say right now about the market is that for the last 45 minutes anyway, it's been kind of flat. So bounce plays, even, for bounce plays to work, I mean, obviously to work really good, you like to see it, the market kind of run a bit. But as long as the market is not continuing to move down, we might get some value out of some of these bounce plays. You guys have been talking about elms. Oh, I see. That's a 40, only 207. So it's going to trade the float, 50 million in the float, and it's traded 51 million. Revlon resumed again. Okay. Siga, I haven't really, I sort of took it off my watch list. Siga, S-I-G-A, of course, monkeypox. So what are we talking about here? Looking left, 1115, so it's taken out that high. And the next high looking left is 1160. Well, PRG just continues. I was really thinking about taking the short. I just didn't get into it, but another all-time low. Yeah, see the relative volume is now dipped below 8. So that's why it's not showing up in this 10-day daily breakdown. Because I have a very tough filter. One of the tough filters in here is an 8 relative volume. All right, guys, I haven't been a little remiss in my homepage and all that sort of stuff. What time is it? 10:36. So let me just briefly explain what you can find on my homepage. All right, on my homepage, this is what you're going to find. We do have a new promo code, okay, for you today. I think Rudy changed it. Yes, thanks, Dad 20. So of course, Father's Day is on, I guess, Sunday. So thanks, Dad 20, 20% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, you're going to see Four plans, an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. So the annual is 2,000 on the premium. Monthly, standard is 1,000. Take 20% off if you want to go annual. However, don't take out an annual subscription unless you are 100% sure you know you want to do that. Start off with a monthly. You can get 20% off the first month, 118, 228. And if you decide within 30 days that you'd like to maybe go to an annual, we'll honor the 20% promo. Okay. Now, there's nothing wrong. Understand though, the promo is that 20% is only on the monthly, is only good for the first month. After that, if you decide to keep a monthly, which is fine, this is what you'll pay going forward. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this, the Let's Get Started. Mandatory. It takes you through the download and installation, the first startup and login, etc. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 videos. Mandatory that you do that. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it right here. On my homepage, you can also get the trade of the week. It is free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I doubt if it triggered this week, even though it was an energy play. Education is here. There's a link for education. We have a great user guide. What I would do, starting out, you should have already done the getting started. I'm going to go over the channel bar in a bit. You should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is, and you should know the differences. And of course, this will explain if you do want to create your own scans, how you can do it. Concentrate on these four first, get that down. Afterwards, you can start looking at the different aspects in the user guide. Daily support session. So today is Thursday. So in our YouTube room, it should be Steve Gomez. I take a break between 12 and 1. Hey guys, I'm out of the ADN, just over that 3 level. We'll look at getting back into it later maybe, but right now. So the daily support session, so I take a break between 12 and 1, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And again, today's Thursday, so it should be Steve, and I'll confirm that. Before I take my break, I'll put the link in for our YouTube room if you do want to head over there. And the webinars, today is Thursday, so there is a webinar today. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday. This week it's been Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics, if you're new to trading, great little video series Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. This is not third party or anything. So it starts off with what is a stock? I highly encourage you to take a look at that if you're new to trading. And last, my scans. Sorry, did that quickly. My scans that I am sharing. Meanwhile, ACLX has been a great alert from the AI guys on a short. I'm going to go over the AI in a bit, but here are the scans that I'm sharing. You hear me talk, well, first of all, the pre-market act is up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market, just to kind of set up to see what is moving, either up or down. You see the basic new highs and lows is here, but a lot of scans that I've got here, so you can kind of pick and choose which ones you might want to take a look at. So my advice, save my link, my homepage link. Then you can, of course, take a look at the Let's Get Started anytime. Well, that should be the first thing you do. And of course, you can take a look at my scans at any time and the education section at any time if you do save my link. Okay, so what I'm going to do with the ADN, It's funny. I had a little bit of a gain in it, but I wanted more, so I got a little bit greedy on it. So what I'm going to do is set an alert around 3:10. See if it takes it out later on in the day. Now, yesterday, of course, when we had that big run in SIDU, the market was also running too. Not that it really gets affected. That stock should not get affected too much by what the market's doing. But I mean, we're in a pretty dreary market right now, so it may be tougher to, tempt people to buy something like this. Yesterday was probably a little bit easier because the market was running with that SIDU. The ACLX is, again, I'm going to go over the AI. Well, first of all, I'm getting ahead of myself. So, first of all, welcome to the room. I should have said that first. If you're new to the room, this is the format between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson. And yes, I do work for Trade Ideas. So I showed you how you can get my scans going to my home page, but we also have a lot of scans here. If you click on from our toolbar, if you click on new and then docked channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. So I'm going to click on the momentum channel and see what we can see here. Obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, but I mean, these are momentum plays on the way up. Probably not too many, but here's ACRO, AKRO as an example. So what you're seeing here, and you can see there's the chart. So ACRO was on the move here. Now, why do we see ACRO? Well, okay, first of all, if you loaded one of my scans, or if you want to take a look at this scan, this momentum scan, and you want to see what it's looking for, you just right click, configure, summary. And this is going to tell you in English language what it is looking for. So in this particular case, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $50, minimum 100,000 shares, etc. It's not so important, for me to tell you what all these values are. It's just the concept is that you start off with filters. And so all these conditions have to be met. And then if a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's what we are really good at, getting real-time alerts when conditions are met. Okay. So if you like the idea of this scan, all you have to do is right click and duplicate it into a free floating window. And of course, all this is covered in the guide. Okay. I'm not teaching people from scratch here. I'm just showing you the basic concepts. So now it's in a free floating window. Basically what you're trying to do is get the scan out of this layout. Now it's in a free floating window. And now you can right click and save it. Okay. Save or share to cloud and then save it. Now it's in the cloud. Now, if you like the scan the way it is, that's what you could do. But of course, you can always make some adjustments if you want. So for instance, if you didn't like, again, right click, configure, summary. So if you didn't like this price range, it says between 1 and 50, you just change it, 10 and 100. All I'm trying to do is show you that, yes, we've created scans for you, but you can, of course, change them a little bit if you want. When you get used to using Trade Ideas, you might even add another filter that you might like or take one out that we've got here. It's up to you. And if you make the change, then you save it to the cloud, okay? So again, the concept is this. You go to another channel, explosive winners, as an example. You see something you like, you save it to the cloud. Okay, these are the biggest gainers from the open. Right at the top here. And this is the race. The race that you see is based basically on all this. The race that you see here. Okay, so again, the concept is this. You go through the different channels, you start extracting scans that you might like, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time from the cloud and create a layout based on scans that we created for you. So, I mean, if you never wanted to create a scan, you don't have to, assuming you can find things that we created and my scans that you like. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. Company started in 2003. They made a business decision. They thought that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create scans. So what they did was, if I right click on an alert window and configure, sorry, not summary. If you click on, let me start from scratch again. I'm just getting sidetracked here by the Perry is now moving down again. So if I right click on an alert window, configure, and then I click on search, you'll see, when you see these icons, these are the real-time alerts that we have. We have a lot of real-time alerts. Of course, I'm not going to go over them all. And we have, when you see these icons, these are the filters that we have. Don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. But obviously, if we're not, forcing people to learn a programming language, then we had to create enough alerts and filters to satisfy the majority of our customers who, want to create their own scans, all sorts of different trading styles out there. So again, don't get hung up on how many we got. You don't have to learn them all. Now, if you have our premium service, this is part of our premium service. This is the easiest way to follow the AI. If you click on new and then AI/Ollie strategy trades window, this is the window that you're going to see. Now I sort on any profitable. I don't even know if there's any other alerts today. I guess not. There was the only alert today, the ACLX, to short it. But I just sort on the profitable ones. In this case, this is it. I mean, there's only one alert today. And basically it works like this. You just wait for the alerts. You had an alert here there was the entry price. You don't have to get in right at the penny. I never take a trade until I click on a symbol and check to see what's happening, either with the market or, is there a moving average, a 200-day moving average underneath this? I would never have taken this if the moving average is right underneath it. So don't get hung up because people they think that they've got to get in right at the penny. So for instance, if you spent the time and you wanted to take this short at 14.8, and the alert came in at 14.88 at 9.50, and you spent the time, you took a look at the chart, and then you thought, yep, I want it. And now it's at 14.80. Don't get hung up. It's 8 cents away. Big deal. These are not designed for scalps. Our program is not designed. If you're looking for a program, to make 5 cents with a 1 cent stop, this is not the program for you. So that's all you do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. There's a stop. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. There is no video that's going to say, okay, when you get an alert, this is what you do. And you just, again, wait for the alerts to happen. I would take this window and I would incorporate it as part of your layout. And then if you load trade ideas before the market opens, this window will be blank. The earliest alert you'll ever get would be 9:35. Okay, you'll never get alert. This does not alert in the pre-market nor post-market. So the earliest alert would be 9:35. You see the first alert was at 9:50. Okay, and that is part of our premium service. Yeah, this market is just, there's been no bounce really. We had a little. Now, what time is it? 11? Nope, not 11 o'clock yet. Let's see at 11 o'clock if we have any sort of a bounce. The 11 o'clock bounce. It'd be tough today with the market being like this, but you never know. Okay, now I'm going to try this. I'm going to try this to see if I can get this down now. AUVI. I'm going to buy. So click buy. Select stop. Put the shares in. Oh, I forgot to click the buy first. Unbelievable. Okay. Get the symbol in. AUVI. It's crazy. Click buy first. Okay. Now select stop. 500 shares. I must have done it wrong again. Oh my goodness. Ah, good, Jato. Good. Okay. Good. Oh, I know. I didn't do that. All right. ADN is back up again, barely over 3. Yeah, this is very much like the SIDU yesterday. We are not saying it's going to do the same thing later on, but it's very much like it. I haven't actually seen CMC being mentioned. It's the price of it. Earnings play though, yeah, I didn't see it in the earnings. Obviously, it did not meet any filter requirements pre-market. Meanwhile, EBIX guys, wow, another big leg down off that Hindenburg. Another big leg down. Yeah, I don't care about market cap, ADN. I mean, it's a low float. I mean, that's the whole idea. That's what can get it to move. So if you're not, if you're not comfortable with trading low float stocks, then that's fine. But I mean, low float stocks are going to have usually low market caps. Yeah, PBTS is yeah, there it is on the winning the race here. PBTS winning the race. Yeah, it is firing up. Lots of volume too. Not a low float, not a high float, but 56 million in the float. A lot of volume coming in. Let's see if there's any specific news on it. Can't see any. Yeah, I see HBI is starting to drift down. I was in this short earlier, got out of it flat, but all right, 10:58. And see if this 11 o'clock we get any sort of action, even if it's one candle. Yeah, AERC is a miserable mess today, guys. So waiting to see if later on it can just get out of this chop mess. Maybe put an alert over 22 and see if it can just get out of this really choppy action later on. Yeah, I'd sure like to see this ADN get over 3, get to 310, even if it based around 310 for a while. Establish a base there. Because I mean, this has, for me anyway, this has got the biggest promise. That news seemed pretty good. Seems like it should sustain it. It's got room. 398 is the next high looking left. All right, guys. Well, here it is, 11 o'clock. A little sliver of green, a little sliver. I'd even be watching this SIDU for maybe an 850 break. SIDU, kind of see that it's, a lot of kind of consolidation right in this area. And remember, it got up to 932. What's having a bit of a bounce here, guys, is RDBX. It's doing it again. RDBX coming off these lows here. RDBX still up for the day, 11%. Awfully choppy again too, but did hit 1393, almost 14 in the pre-market. So that, can be a bit of a magnet for traders looking at the pre-market action. I'm not saying it's going to get there. All right, so far we've got a green candle. Rent a car, RC double I. Another one just cruising down. Yeah, that's what I asked Zach that question. Hi, Real, by the way. I asked Zach that question, how he felt about Bear Cave, and the answer was a resounding nope. Okay, so I'm just going to one more time just repeat it. My major focus is on ADN. Maybe later on. I mean, yeah, it's so much like the SIDU yesterday. I mean, there's no relationship, of course, but it's so much like this. Let's just show you what I'm talking about. SIDU. I'll just get a big again, and I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen. I have no idea, but let's take a look at it. So we saw that action with, oh, sorry, right here. No, right here. Saw that action with SIDU pre-market, big pop. And then this right here, really, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's 2.5. So basically 3 hours, you know. And people were asking me, what do you think's going to happen? Well, it doesn't look good. It looks like it's going to fade. The news, it was okay, I suppose, but certainly it was just sort of wrapped into a $3.5 billion press release. Not that who knows how much they're getting out of it, but then all of a sudden it did this. So I'm not saying ADN is going to do that. I'm not saying that, but you can kind of see. I'd have to expand this a little bit, just kind of how it's resting here. But hey, look, it's getting over 3 again. So anyway, that's why I'm interested in this one. Don't want to lose sight of it. Have some price alerts set. And it does have some what look like really, really good news. Basically, 782 million euros, which is about the same in US dollars, a little bit more in US dollars over some kind of funding and over 6 years. Well, look at Redbox go, guys. RDBX, RDBX. I was just mentioning this one. It is starting to run a bit. Hey, here's one from the Zach scan, bottom fishing scan, 1619 RVMD. Wow, we saw the AKRO when I was demonstrating in the momentum channel in our from our toolbar, from our channel bar, and AKRO was the only one that was showing up. I don't think I didn't really see this in the pre-market. I guess it didn't have enough volume. And AKRO though, this is there any news on this one? Shares double after notification of Euro 780. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong headline. AKRO. Equity investment from Hercules Capital, also known as a famed large cap biopharma. That's what it says, okay? So anyway, so I guess Hercules, $25 million equity at $9.90 a share. Okay, so it's above, basically it's above that price. HTGC. HTGC, let's see what they do, share wise. Well, they can't be that famed. TIL. What are you guys talking about? TIL? Oh, I see. So that showed up in Zach's bounce scanner also. Not that I'm aware of, Jose. The VWAP, kind of like the 200-day SMA, are usually pretty fixed numbers. So, all right, guys. Well, I'm really watching this one now on the bounce. Now, this is an all-time low now for TIL. I love these guys. So Morgan Stanley is, I guess I had an original price target of 14 on these guys. Now they're cutting it to 9. And the stock's at 4. Yeah, I mean, we can laugh all we want about I mean, I do anyway, GME, but I mean, look at this. I mean, remember what the market has done. I mean, this one should be down, back down to, $10, but they just won't give it up. They will not give it up. These memers, they will not give it up. It's that simple. All right, guys. Well, we've got one green candle. So another 3 minutes, 2 minutes and 40 seconds for this to close. Moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, the TIL is bouncing. So this is what we're talking about. We're talking about the bouncers. This is from Zach's scan. So you can see the RVMD 1619, great bounce up to 1658. Now 1619, I don't know how easy. I didn't take this one. I did take the other one. Not sure how easy it was to get this at this level. Let's take a look here. You could have got it at 1628 though, no problem. Yeah, so that was a great bounce, and so far the TIL is bouncing nicely also. And that is a two scans that, of course, I'm sharing. So you start getting some of these. I mean, Zach's been talking about this 11 o'clock bounce in the market for quite a while now. You start getting some of these, just take a look at them. Even if it's earlier than 11 o'clock. I don't know if EBIX bounced 1288. Yeah, I mean 1288, 1320. Probably not going to get too many topping plays. In other words, stocks that are moving higher than and then maybe looking to short. Probably not going to get too many today. All right, ADN. ADN is getting kind of Interesting again. You know what? Even the SIDU, I have an alert set in this area up here around that 852 mark. And let's see if it takes it out and starts to run again. Boy, this is an interesting one. This AKRO, what's the high over here? So the next high looking left on the monthly chart is 11.99. So it's got room. I mean, there's almost $2. Till came through the bounce scan. Yes, perfect circle. It came through the bounce scan right here. Till. What's your minimum volume? Let's take a look with the minimum. I think the reason is that your minimum volume is still probably 500,000 shares. Perfect. Um, as suggested by Zach, was to reduce it to 400. And I can see right there, it's at 400,000 right there. So my guess is that you've got 500,000. Yeah, now this is a SPAC, right? Yeah, this is a SPAC. So this is showing up in your bounce scan. Wow, look at this thing just getting crushed. I mean, it used to be that the SPACs was hang around $10. I mean, you can just see what happened for days and days and days and days. But it actually got crushed. Look at AKRO. Didn't talking about this one. I mean, this is. I mean, to me, it's just too extended. But what a nice move off that financing price. All right, SIDU, are you wanting to rip again? What will happen to the stock market? Well, let's put it this way, Santos. If you get the same interest rates you had in the 1980s, where banks were giving you, maybe at the peak, certainly in Canada, I can't remember exactly, but let's just say it's 20%. What are you going to do? You're going to put money in the stock market if you can get 20% just leaving it in the bank? Now, it's a different time back then, but still, I mean, there weren't, there wasn't the retail trade that there is today. But just think about it, if you can get 15, if you get 10%, just putting your money in a, I mean, I know people in here who, they want to get more, but for the average person, if you can just stick money in the bank and get 10%, why are you going to risk it in the market? Now up that to 15% or 20%. As long as the bank doesn't fail. Okay, you're right. We haven't had a big bank failure in our country for, I can't remember when. If yes, if you have your house paid off, if you don't have major debt or anything like that, big interest payments, and you can just stick your money in the bank and get 15% or 10%, you're laughing. Now, obviously, you're right. If you still have a mortgage on your house and it's going to 19% or 20%, yeah, I mean, there's a trade-off. ADN is just kind of still fooling around that $3 mark. Yeah, we have something the same in Canada too. Certainly insurance, but yeah, but there's your answer though. I would not have wanted to have been a broker back in the 80s. I mean, must have been dead, dead, dead. Exactly. For retirees, yeah, fantastic. If you got everything paid off, I mean, that's what you want. High interest rates, just put that money in the bank. Okay, guys, give me another moment. I'll be right back. Okay, so watching, well, just going to continue to watch the ADN as it kind of flounders around that $3 mark. SIDU is, it might be getting poised again. Just got to watch the way it trades at this 850 mark. Remember the high way up here at 922. Okay, starting to get some gap up, gap down and reversals, guys, with the market. You know, there, well, there it is. I mean, it's not voodoo, but we have the first time today, if this green candle remains, two green candles in a row. You know, and there's Zach's 11 o'clock reversal. Yeah, because it bounced. Yeah, I mean, what a bounce for ACLX, guys. What a bounce. It was a great short. It really was a great short. I mean, the short was at 1488. It got down to what, 1370. Okay, and but there's yeah, there's the bounce. Well, I don't, yeah, I mean, crypto though, I mean, it's all the same sector in essence. What little I know about crypto, okay, all the same sector. You could say the same thing, Santos, if you said, you know, oil stocks, they all seem to move the same, you know, in a given sector. So if you look at crypto being a sector, you would expect the coins to, you know, kind of move all the same. I'm not saying there's not some, you know, with a Luna or some crazy thing happening, but you know what I mean. So if you take a sector, they all, you know, they'll all kind of trade the same, unless there's some specific news. Well, that's why I love trading stocks because I mean, trying to find the stocks that are kind of moving on their own, not tied to any particular sector, not tied to what the market is doing within reason. You know, that's what Trade Ideas is really good at doing, is finding those sort of stocks, the alpha stocks. RDBX. Well, I mean, it's got the next high looking left is that right? Is that right? 1820? That's right. 1820 is the next high looking left for Redbox. I mean, obviously it's got the 1388 or so in the pre-market, but see, Shady, I'm going to follow you. LUMN. Short sell under 1016. All right. When I say follow you, I'm going to acknowledge that you posted that. So 1016, I'll put an alert at 1015. Oh, here's another one, guys, going Syata Mobile or Mobile. SYTA, and the next high looking left is 1130, 134. Then after that, 137. After that, 148. So there might be a little too much baggage in the way. Give me a moment, please. I unmuted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, perfect circle. So I'm just confirming that it'll be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room. Okay. At noon, I'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes. Okay, well, ADN is making a little bit of a move here. Yeah, SIGA is on the move, and okay, TNXP, so monkeypox back in vogue. Not really, though. Certainly, SIGA is the one. You know what could be interesting is Kroger, guys. Haven't talked about Kroger KR very much. It's an earnings play, and you can kind of see if it can take out 5024. 5024. Why? I mean, look, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sort of six 15-minute candles right at that level. If it can take it out. Whoa, ADN. I like, whoa, ADN. A little early. All right, well, and the volume is coming in. A little bit of, oh, I have a 1-minute chart. Oh, that's from yesterday. Let me get to a 2-minute. So I just confirmed it. It will be Steve in our YouTube room in about, what time is it? 11:43. So about 15 minutes or so. Anyway, I was talking about Kroger, AR. So it's an earnings play. And all this action right around this 50, 30 mark. You can see if it can take that out, you might have a bit of a run. It's still going to be, it might even go positive. It's an earnings play, pre-market. Had a big gap down to 47, recovering to 50. Oof. Boy, these another well, this SPAC, I guess this just opened. Tough Tough being a SPAC. ADN. Well, you know what? I mean, listen, we had about 30 minutes of between 11 and 11:30. Not bad. And in the face of this market, that's not bad. Oh, guys, I hope people. The only thing that happened with the ADN is was earlier than I expected. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. I thought it might take a little bit longer. Okay, so I've taken some off, okay, because I don't want to certainly not overstay my welcome. I have a feeling it could maybe have another run later, but well, all I saw was the next high looking left for ADN, okay? So all I saw, the next high looking left on the monthly chart was 398, the same on the weekly chart. So, I mean, whether that's resistance or not, I don't know. Also, 350, where it just got above it, 364. But certainly that four level, which is the next two highs looking left on a monthly and a weekly chart, could easily stall it. And again, the only thing that caught me by surprise was the fact that is doing it now. All right, guys. Yeah, so Steve will be here in about 10 minutes. Here, as in YouTube, in the YouTube room, in about 10 minutes. Wow, look at that SIGA just giving it up. SIGA. Well, I kept saying from about here on that my number one focus today was ADN, and didn't know it was going to work so soon, and not knowing it's going to get as quickly also. But number one focus was ADN. That's all I was looking at. Wow, Pitney Bowes. Look at Pitney Bowes, PBI. That was a nice, well, that's a pretty sustained bounce actually for tech from Zach Scan. I did not take this one, but the only one I took from that was the TIL. And I certainly, I mean, the EJFA, I mean, could not predict where it's going to bounce, where it was going to bounce. I mean, if you could, get it down here around the 480 mark, great, but scary. Are inducements, are inducement grants viewed as a good or bad thing? Um, well, I don't know. I mean, you're talking about ADN specifically. I mean, it's obviously can't see it being a bad thing, but doesn't matter what we think. The market thought it was pretty good. I mean, it's up 185%. So, and I don't care about what happens tomorrow or the day after. I mean, I'm just talking about today. So, I think that the market is telling you what they think. All right, I'm not going to be able to do it, Shady, because I'm taking my break, but there's your LUMN now, 1016. 1016 is what your trigger was. So, see, for me, I could never do it here. I would have to wait for a 10 break. I would just have to wait for a 10 break. Yeah, AERC this is a very difficult trader today. I got very fortunate in the pre-market. Got a little bit of it and made a little bit of money, and then I just kind of left it alone. I mean, this is now typically how it's been trading, except for yesterday when it had the nice 45-minute run. Yeah, so silver also had a run. Okay, well, how are the precious metals? Let me just look at gold, GLDs. Yeah, so obviously gold and precious metals are doing okay today. I'm assuming, certainly in general. I mean, there's gold. All right, guys, I am just going to put the announcement in. I am still here, of course, until Steve shows up, but just going to say on mute. Just give me a moment. And I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. He's not there yet, but he'll be there momentarily. Yeah, too bad there's no shorts available for me for SIDU. This looks like now, well, you know what? I shouldn't say that. I mean, it's just basing. I shouldn't say that. I mean, if it takes out 8 again, 850 again later on, it could have another run, but all right, guys. Again, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. Yeah, look at the biggest gainers from the open list. I mean, there's gold and sand and HL and GDXU and Goro. These are all gold plays. GFI, Goldfields. There's a silver play, PAAS. So yeah, the precious metals, gold and silver today. Okay, guys, I'm not saying to take the trade, but there's an interesting level now for Kroger, KR. And I just heard a little ping, and that means Steve has made his entry. I don't know if you can hear me yet.
Are you on mute on the YouTube stream?
No, I'm not.
I
Can you hear?
hadn't. I hadn't. Maybe you weren't talking at all then. Maybe you were being quiet.
Not quiet now.
No.
Can you hear me now?
Good. All right. Let me share the screen.
Okay. All right.
Um, Mr. Barry, I don't know if you saw earlier, but what was your target stock today? CDN?
No, ADN, and I did
ADN.
see you're talking about on the 10
Yeah.
SMA or something.
Look at that. I mean, this is the kind of stuff I like. If I don't chase an opening gap, but I'm watching and I'm watching and I'm watching, I love to buy right on that 10 SMA. It always seems to force the issue on those gap
Hmm.
up and sideways setups.
Right. Yeah, I can see it right. Yeah, I didn't. I wonder if I have that. Do I have the 10 S? That's on the 15-minute chart.
Yep. I thought you said you added it.
And I do have it. Yes, I do have it. I wasn't really watching it like that. I was just waiting for that break on 314.
Well, I know I
And I
heard
actually,
you've had it on your radar, and then if you just see one more thing like this, it's just one more bit of confirmation
hmm.
for confidence. Yeah.
Yeah, good point. Good point. All right, Steve, I'll let you go now. I'll probably join you maybe 5 to the hour and see what's happening.
All
So
right.
I'll mute myself right now. And I've alerted the other room that you're there now. Okay.
Okay. Here we go. Okay. Looks like you guys can see and hear me on the YouTube stream. I think it was a problem on my end. Nonetheless, here we are for another Wednesday. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I saw somebody talking about AG earlier. Lost all my chats too. Let me see if I can get those back up. There we go. Okay. Yeah, the YouTube. Okay, yeah, I see them both. Hello, Raj. I'm going to minimize that and I'll just look at the YouTube. Yeah, I saw somebody talking about AG, and let's see a couple thoughts here today. Let's go back to yesterday. Yesterday, the Fed came out and did what everybody expected them to do, and if you notice, like early on, that was the high and the SPY, and then the info came out, and you just get nothing but noise, and you wind up closing right about where the SPY high was yesterday after all of that nonsense and noise. So, if you're somebody who tries to jump into the Fed day announcements, I stay away. It's too hard. There's no semblance. It's just a bunch of noise back and forth. And I always joke that a Fed day is not a Fed day until you set a new high and a new low post 2 o'clock. All right. So there was the new high. Actually, that was it right there. And the new low. And it just shakes. It's like plucking a rubber band. It's just nothing really to gain from it. What you do find out, though, however, is the next day, which is today, the market shows its true colors. What did everybody think going to bed last night, reading all the minutes and trying to parse through all the nonsense that the Fed speaks gives us and the deflection of how they really won't even admit they screwed up and 18 months behind the curve? So today the market spoke, gapped down. Everybody that was trying to buy some oversold maybe bounces yesterday and hold into the close, you got punished. And so I try to wait for this day here to see how the follow through of a Fed day is really going to work itself out. So essentially, I just stopped trading at 2 o'clock on Wednesday of Fed days, and then just try to regroup maybe late the next day and see how things are shaping up. But right now, the S&P and Qs are definitely under pressure. And as you can see, they're both now fighting my favorite discussion point, the 10 SMA here intraday. So we're starting off this session here right now at a very important inflection point here on the day. All right, the buyers tried to step in up here and make something happen, but the sellers are coming back. It's very possible that I don't know what's going to happen. There's two scenarios. It's going to break above, and for the rest of the day, we might have a bit of a relief bounce, or in the next 20 minutes, we might go back to fresh lows. But this is where the rubber meets the road right here. The price action on a down gap going sideways, it's the opposite of the one Barry was calling. ADN. Oops, ADN. This time it gapped up, went sideways, waited for the 10 SMA to come up underneath to force the issue. And for the most part, it's still above, but it's getting a little choppy. So today's action is really predicated on, I think, what's going to happen here in the next hour with this moving average. Are we going to break the downside momentum and just slop back higher? Or are we going to put in some more fresh panic lows? I don't know. Yes, perfect. I am the 10-day ambassador for the 10-day SMA on a 15 and daily. Hello, Jim. Hello, Rajiv. Hello, Larry. PBTS, is that a stock? Power Bridge. Yeah, this is a very interesting one that's coming to life here out of the ashes. I've seen a few of these lately, and these are the kind of things that trade ideas can catch on day one. And the power, movement, momentum, master blaster, whatever kind of high volume, high momentum scan you have, probably pick this up if you have it set for something under $5 yesterday. And it's been just chopping around the last few days, and it doesn't even want any part of this 10-day moving average coming up to get it. It's actually held the 10 intraday as well. And so, yeah, this thing is definitely in play. Good eye, Larry. Yeah, silver at almost at high. So when we take a look at the bigger picture with the full data, there's our day. A lot of red, except gold miners, except commodities. That's actually the agriculture commodity, DBA. Interesting. So stocks like CF should probably be doing okay today. No, we sold off as well. So gold and silver, really, gold, silver is green. Rest of the market's red. The really bad stuff is the home builders. Yeah, they're starting to figure out the mortgage rates. People don't want to buy houses at 7% mortgages now. And the jig is up. Everything that goes up has to come down at some point to a certain level where it finds support again. So if you're thinking about going out and buying a house right now, maybe save a little bit. You might get some better prices. Semis, technology looking really bad. Those are the ones at the bottom there I'm focused on. All right, let's see if we got any questions. Perfect circle, yes. 10 advocate. You're welcome, Larry. EDU possible short. Yeah, it's had some really good runs. Technically, I don't like to short parabolic runs, but yeah, I would make a case if yeah, that looks like a really good short right here, quite honestly. You're solid on 2 time frames. You're solid on the upside blast um, blow off top, a little bit of a gap down, and that little gap down is now being forced for the second time, as you can see on the 10 SMA. This is probably a great day trading short. And then if you did it, maybe you get a good day and a half, but be wary, as it's probably going to, all the people that chased it up here will quickly panic out, and that will be to your pleasure, of course, but it could be very short-lived. Maybe a nice target under 20 to sell half, and then let the other half trail. That would be how I would play it if I was short and bought and shorted it right here. But that's a good-looking play, Don, Larry Doan. Because yeah, those stocks have been in flavor for the last few days, so it's probably time to give it up. I like to short things like I did last week in the IWM. Just this incredible fail here. All right. Market's making lower highs, lower lows. And this bounce, I waited and waited. And this is after I made some good money right here on the TZA, covered, waited for the bounce, got my pitch. And I'm very pleased with the way I traded this one this time. TZA was my vehicle, so I could get triple leverage. You can see that green line was my purchase down there. I added to it the very next day, held on to it through the weekend, sold half right here on this day, and then I sold half the following day. So I'm no longer in TZA, but I'm extremely pleased with the move I made. So my point in bringing that up was, Larry, I like to short things that are weak in the current. So what you're doing is you're looking for something that's going with one way, but you're trying to catch a little breather and make money on the breather. Whereas when I go short, I like to just point the canoe down the stream and find things that are bouncing up into resistance and then short them and just let the current of the market be, the wind at my sails. But I'm not against that idea that you had. I think it can be done. You just got to be really nimble if you can time it right. Both people can make money on those trades, the longs and the shorts occasionally. You just got to be quick. All right. Haida, can this program help to tell where money rotates into the market? Well, I just showed a scan that I have here, and it's not really an active scan. It's just more of an informative scan. And this is essentially 24 ETFs or so, and it's my own little special heat map. So I can tell today that if I want to buy anything, I should be looking and focusing on the metals, the gold miners, and the silver, and maybe even the commodity indexes. If I wanted to short things, well, the weak stuff is down here. And, perfectly example, that moving average is slamming the price of semis lower. That moving average looks like it wants to slam the price of home builders lower. So this is something you can use. It's a little tricky because it requires a symbol list. And symbol list is under tools. This one's called ETF. There's 28 of them in there. So that's my identical symbol list. So all I've done is created just a simple top list here with change, symbol, change from 30 minutes, close, relative volume. And then I added my symbol list. I went to configure, symbol list. Then I went and found it and highlighted it and then enabled it with that check mark. So this is only looking at 30 ETFs. Every day I get a pretty good glimpse of where the rotation is. That was the operative word you asked in your question. Judging by some of these charts, I'm guessing the market's giving it up. Yeah, it's just still pinned under our 10-day. I wouldn't mind seeing a nice little relief bounce, a little bit of pain on the morning and then some relief bounce back up higher. It would help a couple of investments I'm in, but I'm not selling. One second. All right. Hopefully that helped, Haida. If you really want a working copy of what I have here, it's much easier if you just email us, info, I'll type it in, is.com. Okay, and then just ask for Steve's sector watch list, and I'll reply to you directly with some instructions. Again, you're just going to create your own watch list of the symbols I give you by going to Tools, Symbol List. You will create new list, give it a name, and then you will paste all of the symbols I give you into that. And I can also give you the cloud code. I mean, I can give you that right now. This is the cloud code to the shell of the sector. Right. And you know what? I'll just see if I can drop in all the symbol lists in here. I don't think they come in well, but we'll try it. I think they get all pushed together. You got to separate them. Oh, perfect. It did. Nope, it didn't. At first it did, and then it reformatted it. So pretty much those are all 3-letter ETFs. You can screenshot my screen if you want to copy them. All right. Next question I see is a good one. Do I use the races for anything? Not as much as the other guys. The other guys like Barry and Chris and some of the active day traders, they use them. It's a much more active idea. Now, what I will do sometimes is I will take the list that we just looked at, my sector list, okay, and take it to the next level. Market opens, and what I do is I would add a change from the open. I'm gonna have to add that manually. Let's just type in the keyword open. Change from the open, percent, show column. Okay, now that I've got that column in there, what I'll do sometimes is right when the market opens, I will right click and we'll run a race, real-time stock race. We'll put the max 20 in there. I'll do a 5-minute race so you get some action. Here's the key, based on change from the open, not the close, but the open. So when the bell rings, which one of these sectors are being rotated into? So it's actually a great double-pronged question, Haida, and a double-pronged answer. First question is, this is my sector list. I can keep an eye on which ones are strong, but how do I know which ones are really moving within this sector in real time? Well, that's when I would use this. Okay, and I'll service sort, and I would replace cars if something new comes in, and I would auto start. Logo, auto rerun. Okay, so we'll just start that now. And in the morning, it's much more active. As soon as the bell rings, you're going to see, Haida, where the money really is flowing. I'm going to quickly start pouring into a sector. And, for the moment, DBA is still doing strong, and it's doing the best of the bunch here. We slowly get some shifts, but yeah, agriculture. So that's a great question and a good 2-pronged answer. Those are 2 good tools to use together, and that's how I use them for sure. Good thinking. Barries, hello. What do you mean by 10 SMA? Okay, perfect. Couple things going on here. I have 2 indicators on my 15-minute chart. My 15-minute chart is my wheelhouse. It is my go-to time frame to try and make decisions, especially on intraday entries and exits. But of course, I use the daily as well. But a 15-minute chart has a 10 SMA. And right now, it's coming into play. It comes into play when there's momentum. Did we have any momentum yesterday? No, we had noise. Did we have momentum these 2 days? Yeah, well, we kind of did. Look at how the 10 SMA dominated most of the day on the way down. So today we're back into momentum mode. We've got a gap down, a steep line coming down to meet the price, and right there was a fail. price went back near lows. So there's still a lot of weakness in the market. That's what this tells me here in the moment. The second thing I want to show you, and this is just a simple 10 SMA indicators. Edit. I've got a 10 SMA. All right. But what's going on here? What is this 130? I also have this. Well, this is the 130. The 130 is a 5-day moving average, and it comes into play a lot on the daily, but it's too hard to see on the daily because it's very, very fast moving average. So you can smooth it out, slow it down by adding 130 candles. And what that does is if you divide the 130 candles into 15 minutes, that's perfect 5 days. Perfect 5 days, 130 15-minute candles. And it gives you a nice, quickly updating, smoothing line here. So you'll, I'm going to share this chart for whoever wants it, and you can just have the immediate settings. I'll just put my chart for those that want it, and there's the cloud code to my chart. All right. And yes, to answer your question specifically, Barge, it is 10 15-minute candles. Just like on a daily, it would be 10 daily candles. So that's why I refer to it as a 10 period instead of a 10 day, because I don't want that to be confusing on a 15-minute chart. Okay, the symbol list, Rajiv, I've got it typed right there. You probably have to separate those with spaces, or maybe it'll reformat, I don't know. But step one is going to tools on your main list, symbol list. Then you have to create a new symbol list because this is mine only to my local machine. So you can call it sectors or whatever you want. And then once you've got that list, it'll be in here. It'll be like empty. There it is. Sectors, empty. All right. So you would take these. I wonder how they're going to paste. And they don't paste very well. So, but those are the symbols. You'd have to enter them one by one. So it looks more like this. Okay. Symbol by symbol. And then that's step one. You've created that base list. Step two is you have to go to the scan itself, which needs to be pointed towards those symbols. So you'd right click and you go into configure. And then symbol list. You won't see it over here yet because you just created it. These are your useful ones. Matter of fact, I can remove a lot of these by just right clicking and removing, just to clean that up. Okay, but you're going to have to go to add existing list and find the one that you just made. You know, I had that empty one called sectors. It's not showing up because it's empty. But you'll find it in that list, and then you just enable it over here, and it's all tied together. So hopefully that helps. Thought I'd be cute and buy some Vidu yesterday because this thing IPO'd at 20 and just been sold off, and it finally broke above what I was just talking about, that 5-day moving average. Look how that 5-day moving average was just dominating this thing. That's why I talk about it. That's why I use it. That's why I shared it with you. So I said, in my mind, this thing eventually is going to explode with volume and break back through, and I might want to participate. So it did, and I participated, but not working. A little disappointed in that. All right, you're welcome, Barge. Chris added an ETF symbol list. I think he might have. Yeah, he very well could have. A couple of the traders calls that were called by Andy in real time, VIPs. Looks like it's about ready to make a rebound high there. And on the daily chart, that's beautiful. And you'll notice a lot of these stocks have been China stocks that Andy's been focusing on, because those are the only ones that are really hanging on. You know, we can go look at KWeb as a sector, and you can see as a sector, it looks nothing like what the current market has been doing. It's kind of bouncing out of that downtrend. It broke its 50-day. Now it's kind of doing things. K-Web just took a big uptick right there. So yeah, the China stocks. DQ, is that a China? Yep, sure is. That was called earlier as a bounce here off of this 20-day. So it didn't show up in the open. It showed up down here where we felt it was safe. Then MPC is an oil play. And this one's just not working. We bounced. We called it right there at the 50-day. I'm not in any of these, by the way. I'm just kind of taking it easy today. But there was no bounce at the 50. So, and you can see not only that, the 10 SMA got a hold of it as well. So these two time frames, daily, intraday, 15, that's all I need. And I use moving averages, not exclusively, but primarily. Let's see if he added a list that could just be clicked on in the symbol list. Configure, symbol list. It would be a global symbol list. ETF personal, so that's mine. Sector ETF, is that it? Okay, so I think that's what you're talking about, the sector ETFs. There weren't as many in there as the ones I had, I think. But yeah, that's curious. So you get a double negative confirmation of not working. It did not bounce at the daily 50. Not only that, the intraday SMA momentum line has a hold of it and throwing it back down to lows. So that's the kind of play that you might want to just say, this thing needs to reverse right here and close. I mean, it can still close back above that 50 and it would be a little wick. And in hindsight, that would look very pretty. But the problem is during the day, those wicks are full red candles and you're looking for a reversal and trying to get one. Can you run races during certain times of day yesterday? No, it's kind of like our compare count windows. Once you launch it, it goes forward. There's no history, there's no going back. It's just from this point forward. And that's why you want to maybe put, like Barry does, he has his races auto rerun. And I think they're just 3-minute races. So he can quickly see quick movement on some of the small cap stuff that he likes to watch. And that's where the real value is, aside from the way I use it. Again, I use it just on the open to see where the where the sector money flow is going. Nasdaq's trying to dig in, doesn't want to go much lower. S&Ps are trying to dig in as well. We could get a nice midday reversal, and that'd be okay with me. Would take that thing. And that thing. Just a couple of small little sub $5 stocks. I thought I was getting a good price in, but they've gone a little bit lower. That's okay. Laser sharp. I don't have any advice for how to trade a 1-minute chart. That's not to say it can't be done and shouldn't be done, but I don't have advice on how to trade it because for me, it's just too darn noisy. I'm a swing trader, so I'm not concerned with the 1-minute time frame. That's for some very, very active traders. But I can go over ADN. What I was telling Barry earlier. All right. I don't know what the news was. It wasn't earnings, but we have what we call a pro gap. What is a pro gap? Well, when everybody's just happy and content watching this thing bleed and be short it, all of a sudden something happens they didn't anticipate and they get a 170% gap. Well, these are not to be sneezed at, and these can usually build on themselves because everybody was caught looking the wrong direction and now their necks were snapped and they're going to have to buy to cover to get out. But the interesting part that I showed Barry was, okay, so he was stalking this thing on the open. He was aware of it there, but do you buy it on that opening gap? I don't. I wait to see what happens when this comes up. So for me, the only real play would have been that area right there, that touch of the 10 SMA, and I would lean on that. I would say I'm going to lean on this and buy it, and the only way I'm going to sell this thing is if the price action rolls back over and closes below it. And if it did that, like right now, that'd be a scratch trade. So in my book, the momentum continues and momentum continues, as they say in physics, until it doesn't. And what tells me when it doesn't is that first candle breaking and closing below the rising 10 SMA. That's my momentum line. Now, I fully expect this thing to probably go back to highs because in the bigger picture, this was a giant pro gap, and this caught a lot of people leaning. All right, unless there's something fundamentally wrong with the company, if it gaps up like that, they just sell it back down. Well, they didn't do that today. They're on the wrong side. Now they're all these bids are probably trying to cover to get out of that short that was working so well. What is the group? Manufacturing, electrical, probably having supply chain issues. What's the news today that dropped it, that popped it? Okay, so they got some funding. You can never handicap that when you're short. You can't handicap when you're long. You can't handicap the greedy criminal CEOs dropping a secondary after a nice 50% move in their $3 stock. They love to do that. All right, Jamie, good. I'm glad you got that. Because there's a lot going on there. You know, the pro gap is serious, and those are not meant to be ignored if you're on the wrong side. And if you're looking for a good trade, those are not meant to be ignored for maybe trying to ride a day or two of the short side panic. You're playing off of their pain. All you have to do is just monitor this thing right here. Now, I broke my rules in Vita yesterday. Rules are made to be broken sometimes. How did I break my rules? Well, one, I talked myself into the fact that this was a giant volume bar and something must be behind it, you know, but I was in it back here, like right there, a little higher. And I'm sitting here going, oh, yeah, look at that. Here we go. 10 average is catching it. We're going to blast back to 160. I think I even bought some more right there. And then I ignored this. That's my signal that I usually use. I talked myself into this thing. And usually I use this signal candle to get out of a profit, to try and milk as much profit as I can. But this thing is so beaten up. I talked myself into saying, let's just stick around and see what tomorrow brings off of this giant volume bar. And more importantly, it finally crossed above the 5-day moving average, which it couldn't do. So I thought, yeah, let's stick around here. This is probably good risk reward down here. But I wasn't in the mood to sell and wait for a signal candle. But I'm showing you this just so you can see signal candles work. It never recovered from that. Never recovered. And now I'm down here. But now we came up and hugged that, and look at this. We're trying to break this again. So it's just a trade that's not working. You can see there's a stop there, and I'll take a nice $600 loss, which will piss me off, but whatever. I tried. David, I think I remember you have a scan for pro gaps. I do, David. It might even still be on the minimize. Let's see. I think I put it back on the shelf. So let's search keyword pro. Pro gaps. What is this thing showing? It's a T window, so that's it. Only Yang. So why did only Yang come on there? Probably because in my configure. All right, what the heck? Where's ADN? ADN not come on there. Wow. Let's take a look and see why ADN did not come on there. NASDAQ. Change from the close, got to be up. Price gap has to be 3. Oh, I bet you it's average daily volume. No, that's not it. Change in 20 days, down 12%. 1 to 100. Not sure. Not important really, but we can go look at the time frame and see what did yesterday look like. Was there anything in there yesterday? Yeah, we had a lot of things in there yesterday. So small gaps given back today, a lot of them. Nothing really major on the big side, just very small gap ups. I'll minimize that. But yeah, you're right, David. Rajiv, is there a way to find top stocks in each sector? Well, here's how I would do that. So gold miners, all right? You just kind of need to know who the top stock is, and or any for that matter. And I'm going to say Newmont. Newmont is kind of the bellwether gold miner. Okay, very similar chart. So what you would do is you would come over here to the similar tab, and you would say, all right, who else is looking good? Because that's your question, right? To find top stocks in each sector. Um, again, I think you can do it through this way. You just find out one of the which one of the good stocks are, and then you can sort here. All right, you can sort, so you can see that HMY is up really big. AEM is up 5-6%. So AU is up big. So that's some of the ways in which you could do it. Unless you created your own sector list, and there's nothing that's really off the box. I mean, I know we have some sectors in there, but if somebody really wanted to do it the right way, you'd go through all these sectors and you would do a Google search on who the top 10 liquid symbols are within that sector. Matter of fact, we even have, I'll go ahead and I'll open a channel bar. Let's take a look at that docked channel bar so I don't lose my stuff. And let's see how valuable the sector channel is, if it's even on there. Well, the docked window doesn't have all of them, so I guess I'm going to have to open up a regular channel bar. We have more options in the regular channel bar. I think there is a sector status. Let's just go ahead and see what we get. Oh, that's nice. It opened up into a dock window. Okay, so energy. So here is some of the different sectors. Maybe this is the one that Chris created, but you would come in here and you would do, change from the close or change from the open, and you'd find out who the strong sectors are within each of those. So that is an option available to you, it looks like. But what you also could do is, just like I said, Google, create a new top list scan for each sector that you want to monitor and create a symbol list for each one of those sectors. All right. And then you've got your own separate standing symbol lists and sortable change from close scans. You can go right to the top list and see who are the outperforming names in each of those. How do I have confidence to swing the current market conditions? I don't have confidence to swing the current market conditions on the long side. There was a couple of ideas that I took that aren't working, but they're minimal losses, and one of them I'm probably not going to get out of. This MindMed, it's just kind of a company I've wanted to own under $1, and I'm comfortable owning it at 90 cents where I bought it. But the swing trading that I've been doing, again, I mentioned earlier, I made a beautiful trade list this week and covered the remainder of it on Tuesday. TZA, I was basically short selling the IWM as a whole, not a single stock, but just the whole sector. This is what I saw. Okay, I saw a major denial after a dead cat bounce of 2 weeks, 3 weeks up into that level. That's the area you want to go contrarian. And so I bought some TZA this day. The next day it started working, so I added to it. That's the IWM, but the TZA will move 3 times as fast. because it's a triple levered. See, today, TZA is up 13%. IWM is going to be a third of that. There you go, negative 4.4. The denial in IWM was right here. 50-day moving average. This one was a little sloppy back here, but all these days were very tight under the 50. Finally got back to test it again after a big plummet and a scare back here. Everybody thought we were back on, but I was waiting for that red candle close right there to show a denial at the 50. Took half on that day, took half on that day, covered half on this day, and covered half the next day. That's the only stuff I'm doing right now. If you're long a whole portfolio of 15, 20 ideas, you're not having any fun at all. They're just miserable days when everything bleeds on you. So I try to be nimble, get in, get out, not be in too many things at once, pick my spot. Yeah, I was tracking IWM for a while because I've been playing TZA for a while. I've been using, I participated in this one. I participated in this one, but then I just waited, and participated in this one. I've been pretty lucky on those big market drops. One of the accounts I trade is my 401k, and you cannot go short in your 401k. You also cannot buy TZA or inverse Indian. So my 401k is extremely quiet right now in cash for the most part. The other account I trade is more active, jumping in and out of TZA and things like that. It's going sideways. It's trying to fight. I wouldn't mind seeing a nice little relief rally and make new highs here into the close, and just to try and chop around and frustrate the most people. Okay, what do you make of the 200 moving average on the S&P weekly chart? Well, I'll show you a couple things here. What I made of the 200-day moving average on the NASDAQ is what really started to open my eyes to not want to be long this market. I'll look at that weekly in a second, but rejection, 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 rejection. If something as significant as the NASDAQ is going to be taking 4 rejections off of the 200 SMA, this was the shot across the bow right here to like pull back on the dip buying. That's the kind of stuff I was looking for. So let's look at your question here. You said the S&P 200-day. It's in play. I know exactly what we're going to be looking at here. Was it the weekly? Yeah. This is definitely in play. Not only is it in play because it's a significant moving average. If we look left, this was once resistance. So I'd said before, I thought 350 was a foregone conclusion in the SPY. I just don't know when we were going to get there. But that's probably a downside target that the market is reaching for. So until then, there's no reason to be buying dips and buying downtrends. Again, I've nibbled on a couple of things that I like for long term. But that's it. All right, caught up. Okay, how about this? You guys are going to like this. For those that didn't see my webinar 2 nights ago, I have a scan, and it's exactly what we've been talking about. It's called Slam into the 50. All right, here it is. Slam into the 50. Let's take a look at the history. Nothing came out today or yesterday, but when stuff does come out, it means the market's bouncing up and pushing things into the 50-day SMA. Just going to let it load here. All right. So let's start with this one, ECL. I want you to pay attention where the blue arrow is on these charts as I click in relation to the candle that it's pointing to in relation to the 50 SMA in blue. Just look at a few of these. So these are called right as it bounces up and kisses and touches the 50 SMA from underneath. We can do that. That's the power of trade ideas. AMBA, kiss, fail. Micron, kiss, fail. What did this one do? Yeah, that one didn't work. They don't all work. ELS, oh, KISS, perfectly, fail. So this is, it's the same concept, Rebecca, as my slam into the 130, but this is using the daily chart. Remember that slam into the 130 was using the 15-minute chart for different time frame. But this is the bigger picture. This is how you find stocks when you want to sell the rip. We're not buying the dip anymore. Just forget that concept. You want to sell the rip and go with the current of the market and point your canoe downstream and let the current give you the easiest path of finding good trades. But here's where it gets really interesting. What if we backtest this strategy? And again, this is on a unique one because most of backtests are like day trades or 1 day hold. This is a 3 or 4 day hold to the short side. So don't be scared of shorting, especially when you've got the data that I'm going to show you here. Watch what happens. I've optimized this scan. And watch what happens if we simulate sell every single time somebody pops up in there. Of course, I'm going to share it. I would never show something that's really, really popular and works and not share it. This is pretty solid, man. You watching, Barry? 220 trades over 30-day back test, profit factor of 4. Strategy return 63% over 30 days. Sometimes it'll be quiet. Sometimes it'll be off the charts. Sometimes it'll be quiet. Sometimes it'll work. But right now, this is the market we're in. And I've said before, you're like a baseball manager as your own trader. Every single scan you have is not to be used every day. You got to figure out, when you want to pull the pitcher and put the lefty in and move the infield in, and you've got to be the manager of your scans. And right now, this is the scan for swing trading that's working if you go short. You just cannot deny the solid numbers here. And I've done a lot of optimization on this. If we go in and look at the nuts and bolts, it's pretty good amount of filters in there. And some of them you'll see at the 99 levels, these have been optimized. I've looked at the heat map and decided what areas need to be optimized. So this is a scan that's got a hot hand right now. And let's go ahead and share it. I will put it back on real time. Nothing today, nothing yesterday. But when these do come out, if the market's still a bear market, you've got to start thinking about maybe getting out of your longs and start to fade some of these ideas short. All right, I'm sharing this right now. Slam into the daily 50 SMA. Same concept, Rebecca. We're just not chasing shorts, or we're not chasing longs. We're being contrarian. Never chase. You want to find levels of interest that you can trust and that you can lean on. And if you're wrong, and you will be wrong sometimes, it doesn't hurt as much because you had a contrarian entry. If you chase all day long, when you're wrong, you know it because everybody gets out quickly and you realize you're the bag holder. I don't play options much, Rebecca. I just use the common, and that's why I talk about TZA and SQQQ and all those. I like to play the triple levered ETFs when I know I have when I feel like I have a good play. I'm just old school. I love options. I think they're great, but I don't understand them as well as I understand just trading the common. I've done it, but it's not a part of my normal routine. TQQ. So these are going to be the levered to the upside. All right. So Rajiv, if you were thinking we were going to be ready for a bounce, look at this. We might be ready for a bounce here. Okay. If we start to go, sure, you could take that TQQ right here. What's your out? Right there. So you have good risk, high reward. If we do get a bounce, it's going to be quick, and the TQQ will give you 3 times lever, and you can have a nice little day trade pop out of that. But is it going to happen? I don't know. Okay, we just did, matter of fact, get a closing candle. Look at that. So this could be a signal candle. It's barely above the declining 10, but at least you know where your out is. TQQ and QQQ, they are tracking 3-time manner. Am I missing something? What you're missing is you want to look at the NASDAQ, the Qs. This has no decay. DKK chart, the TQQ chart is going to be different because it has 3 times levered, which resets every day. And when you reset that every day and it loses the overnight, you get what's called decay. So these things are really good for day trades or 2 or 3 day trade. I mean, I milked about as much as I literally could out of that 4 or 5 day TZA move. I don't like sticking around in these things for too long because they start to come back and revert to a decay factor, almost like options. Options have a decay. Market trying to get some bids here. S&P breaking its 10 SMA. This might be a near-term floor for today. I'm not predicting it because this market's really weak, but you know, could have tried to shake some weak hands out this morning. We could just get a nice little relief bounce midday. Oh, ADN is back to scaring the shorts, squeezing the hell out of them. Yep. And guys, I mean, I'm blue in the face at how many times I talk about this intraday momentum line. If you're in this thing and you want to continue for higher prices, don't get out until you get a signal that closes below the rising 10 SMA. It's just that simple. Okay, I think we're all caught up, and I shared that scan there. I don't play puts. You're welcome for the sharing of the knowledge. All right, Sam, the slam into the 50-day is not showing anything. Right. It's not meant to show anything. I'll show you again. Mine is empty, and mine was empty yesterday too. The point being is I've optimized this scan to where I don't want junk coming through every single day. The backdrop of the market is what's the beauty of it. Okay, I think I even have a filter in here. Let's take a look. Backdrop of the market, S&P change today has to be flat or positive. Are we flat or positive today? Nope. So I'm not going to chase ideas in a down market on today that are just happening to pop up into that moment. I want to see a rising tide where the market's up and a lot of stocks have had a 2 or 3, 4 day relief bounce, and that's when we're sitting and laying in wait to turn around and go short and fade and be a contrarian. So you just be patient on that and just wait for something to come through. And I probably would recommend doing this too. Let's see if it's even on. All right. Since this thing sits blank for a few days, it might be wise to turn a sound alert on. So we turn actions, play sound. I'm going to have text to speech. Testing, it works. Okay, okay. So even though this thing is minimized for me, if I hear it, I'm going to check it and see if something came out. Yeah, you got to change the history to all, Sam. Then you can go back and you can look at 64 days of all the trades. Also, when you back test it, you can click into that calendar and it'll show you those days on the chart of the trigger and how they worked out. Would you flip it to go long? You could try that. Yeah, you can try it. I think I've tried to flip a couple of these and they have a couple of hangups here and there. But the problem is I don't think it's going to work. It's not going to back test very well right now, Ada. But what I would do is I would flip it, save it as a new scan, and then put it on the shelf. And if the market comes back and starts to become a buy the dip market again, well, that's going to become a perfect buy the dip scan. Let me tell you that. Right, you're definitely putting up a fight here. We got 2 green candles above the declining 10 SMA, so they're starting to show some break in the downside fear and momentum here. We'll see if it holds, and we'll see if it lifts anything that you're in. Not just that. By the way, I bought some more silver coins yesterday. I've just been swapping some cash out for some silver with the incredible amount of inflation that's coming. Doesn't seem like a unwise thing to do anyway. So I've been doing some of that. I've been in and out of PSLV, but I don't have any at the moment. You can see this blue line right here. That's telling me if we get back above this blue line, then I'm going to watch it. And more importantly, if PSLV ever gets back above that blue line and above this rising, declining 50, which we've been talking all about, I might be interested in PSLV again, back up there just under 8. But right now it's a guess. And every time you guess down here, you got denied. So it's time to just wait and see who's going to win the battle there as far as paper silver. His Vips was a good call because, again, the what we're watching call was not called on the open where you had to sit through this pain. It was called down here on a nice bounce right off the 10 SMA. Well, yes, I trade both. I trade patterns within moving averages. I'm going to go back to ADN. Go back to ADN. Okay. I trade patterns and moving averages. To me, this is a pattern, a breakup upwards, gap up, and consolidation. Gap up, consolidation with the rising moving average forcing the issue is a wonderful pattern that I would look at. Let me show you on the daily a couple of the trade of the weeks that worked a few weeks ago. Trade of the week was, I'm going to just rewind so you can see the pattern. That's the pattern right there. This is when I was buying it. This is when it was called out for trade of the week. Wonderful movement. Expected consolidation, 3 or 4, 5 days of gyrating, but 2 days of testing the 10-day moving average and popping back up and closing above it. That's a pattern to me. I like that. And look, it worked out. Here's another interesting pattern. This was the same thing. It was a trade of the week. No, I'm sorry. Let me try that again. It's DK I meant to type. This was a trade of the week, but a bit different. Okay. Still moving higher. The sector was strong. The moving averages are all fanned out above each other. Very strong chart. But in this case, we had sideways consolidation again. And if you look at it closely, it actually kind of looks like a little cup and handle. So I like cup and handles that are above their moving averages. They're just begging to break above a price. In this case, it was just under 30. And there it went. It broke out, gave us nice 3 or 4 days of movement. That's my wheelhouse right there. Just trying to get a couple of really good positions and position for them and ride them out as best I can. Let's take it a step further. Let me do this differently here. Hold on. All right, when was it time to get out? I'll tell you. Tell you when it was time to get out. Signal candle. 2 days of just really holding that moving average nicely. That candle, if you paid attention to it, was the shot across the bow that it never really recovered from. It tried to, but then it failed again. So those are a couple different daily patterns that I like, and I showed you an intraday pattern as well there. Sam, that was above both the 20 and the 50. 20 is in red, and my 50 is in blue. So on the DINO, if that's what you were talking about, that was the 10-day. It was riding the 10-day. A stock that was called yesterday in our what we're watching. And again, these are swing trades. You can take them through the next day. But TAL was called yesterday, another China stock, China Education. That seems to be strong right now. So, yesterday was working. Today it gave a scare. But look, it didn't break the 5-day moving average. Probably no reason to get out of that. And now it's surprisingly very strong. So the China stocks are continuing to hold up their end of the bargain here that they've been doing this week. See, my junk stocks are bouncing. What are the platforms that you would tell a trader to learn Oh, the patterns. Yeah. Okay. We did that one. I love consolidation that's on the right side of the moving average, Haida. That's what you want to look for. You also don't want to be the one chasing 3 or 4 green bars, feeling like you need to get in this because you're missing out. You already missed out if you're chasing 3 or 4 green bars on a 15-minute chart. All right, I think we got all your questions covered. The hour goes by quickly when there's lots of discussion. ADN, no reason to get out. Look at that. Two tests of ADN. Test number 1, 3 tests. 2, 3. They all passed.
Good to hear, Steve. My favorite stock of the day.
Yes.
ADN, absolutely. Loving it. And yeah, I mean, I know you didn't know what the news was, and I'm not married to news at all, but it just seemed pretty interesting news. Getting all that money as a fund over 6 years, almost three-quarters of $1 billion. I always say it like this, Steve. It doesn't really matter what we think. I mean, you and I
Yep.
might look at that, and go, "Well, that's so what?" It's an eye-catching headline. It's that simple. And so when something is like that, enough traders around the world just take a look at it, go, sure, why not?
Yep.
And but am I holding this for 6 years as the length of the fund? Of course not.
Well, there were so many things going on this. You had the news, you had it pegged, and then I don't know if you heard me talk about the pro gap aspect of it.
Yes.
Yeah, the pro gaps, those things, they build on themselves because all these people are on the wrong side of the boat and they're not getting a pullback. So now the best they can get to hope for today and tomorrow maybe might be just a touching of that 10 period moving average on my 15 chart. That's the best
Hmm.
pullback they're going to get to cover, and they're all trying to get out. 13% short the float too. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, it
There's
is
a lot going
13%.
on here.
I can't
So
short it at Interactive Brokers. There are
yeah,
no shorts
but
available
what I was
there.
saying
But
is this is such an A+ trade because the story, the news, the pro gap, and the technicals, everything married up. The chart
mhm.
literally confirmed the story that these shorts are being squeezed to big time now.
Yeah. I love it. Now, the next level, 398, that's the high in the weekly and the monthly. And if it takes that out, who knows? I
Yeah, there
mean,
it is. So
it could
yeah, just
really,
pop a price alert in there, and if it goes off, sell some.
exactly. Or buy more.
I wouldn't do that.
No, I
I
probably
would
won't
wait
do
for some
that.
consolidation again before I bought more.
Yeah. But, that was my number one focus. And that's all I really did today. That's
I am
all, I did a couple other ones, but it's all I really did today.
no, I am not
My,
in the trade, Laser, but I was certainly happy that Barry found it, and I was happy to elaborate on why I like it. So that's the best I could
Mhm.
do. All
Well,
right.
Mr. Gomez, if you want to take off.
Sure. Sounds good.
Okay, we'll probably catch you at I guess 2 o'clock Eastern. And there is it's Thursday today, right? Yeah, it's
Yes, we have a
Thursday.
meeting.
Okay, we have a meeting. Okay, Steve, thanks. I'll take over now. Let me
All right.
just get my screen sharing going. All right, so you can leave anytime. Mm, you know what? You're right, perfect circle. I've been checking that because what happens is sometimes when I hand off, maybe it's when I hand. Anyway, I'm back. I'm not mute now. I didn't put myself on mute, but it put myself on mute. I didn't do it. But thank you. So anyway, Lance, if you're asking about our float information, you want email because you might say, hey, I looked at some other float information for a certain stock and it's different from yours. Is that what you're talking about? And the float information gets updated every 50, well, let's call it twice a month. Yeah, perfect. It just hasn't happened the last few times, so I forgot to actually look. So Lance, is that what you mean? You're questioning our data? And typically it's when you get a low float. It sometimes is very hard to really get a handle on what the float is. Okay, so I'm not trying to dissuade you from sending something to our email or email us, but they're just going to say, I mean, it's our provider and that's what they have. Yeah, 398 for ADN, guys. 398. I mean, if it can take that out, so start looking left, 398. So the next high after that would be 447, I think. 447 on a monthly chart, and on the weekly chart, it would be 415. Okay. But I mean, I think if you got into this anywhere over that, between 310 and 320, and I sold some off. I mean, look, I'm not crazy. That thing popped so quickly up to 360. So I sold some off and was holding to see how well it would hold that 330 mark. It did okay, and then it started to run. Yeah, Rhythm is on. I'm seeing it's on this list here. Okay, Lance. So that's really simple. Okay, I'm answering a question in our YouTube room, looking for pre-market float momentum movers. Okay. Okay. Well, first of all, okay, to adjust your chart for the pre-market, just right-click and click on time frame. Sorry, not time frame. Properties. Okay, so right-click a chart, go to properties, and then you have to check show pre-market. You should have a box that pops up, and you have to check show pre-market. And if you want the post-market, you check that also. Number one. Okay, so again, right-click a chart, properties. When you hover over properties, this box will pop up, and the top two, show pre-market, show post-market. Just check them. And when you do that, you will see the beige area right there. If you can see my 15-minute chart for ADN, that beige area right here is the pre-market. So let me know if that worked for you, number one. Well, that Optinose has been on a run, hasn't it? It hasn't cared what the market's doing. I mean, I've just been, yeah, I mean, that's a great 4-day run, a great 4-day run. Took out that 200-day 3 days ago, and fourth day run, yeah, for the Opti. Can't remember if they must have had some news. I don't know what it was, but they must have had some news. Okay, so then I can show you very easily how you can find low float, pre-market momentum movers. So guys, just be aware of that 390. If you're in the ADN, I mean, it may not be able to break through 398. Okay. So, I mean, if you've taken nothing off that trade, you might want to start, just making sure you're aware of that 398 for the ADN. I guess I can get rid of the on. RDUS. Let's take a look at RDUS from Real, RDUS. Possible turn as in short. I'm sure that's what he's talking about. Real is talking about potential short. Topping play from Zach also 762. That was the alert. It has not. What did it get up to? Didn't get that much more. You probably get some support around 735. That's far enough away if it's a quick trade. And there are shorts available. Interactive brokers, yeah, 230,000. So plenty of shorts available. The volume like 613,000, so not a huge volume. It's twice as much as normal, but just not a lot of volume. A lot of volume on that move though. A lot of volume. You can see the volume picked up on the 2-minute chart. So I guess, if a person were going to try this right now, you'd have a very tight stop. You could just put a stop at the high right there, which is 770. And so you'll know pretty quickly if this is going to work. Short at 762, which is the bid, with an 8-cent stop. And if it's going to work, if it doesn't work, you should know pretty quickly. This one was showing up yesterday many times. This gold play, Austin, AUST. Of course, gold and silver, the precious metals, but how choppy is that on the 15? I can't even look at it. It makes me sick. It's so choppy. All right, guys. Moment of truth is coming. I mean, I just got ADN just hit a high of 391. All I'm doing was watching ADN right now, guys. And, this time I'm actually watching the chart. I know I could just set well, I should actually. I don't think I set my price alert up here. Let me just put my price alert at 397. So close. 6 cents away. So it's right. Well, it hit it, headed it. Oh, our charts are, if you're looking for like a full-blown charting package, this is not it. Okay. I mean, we've got a lot of we've been adding indicators left and right over the past couple of years, but TradingView certainly has more. But so it depends what your needs are. My needs for my way of trading, our charts are perfectly fine. The struggle, guys, it's a struggle. It may not happen. The 398 for ADN. I want a 398 break. That's what I want. I'm greedy. I'm surprised actually when I look at if this short float percent is correct. That's a pretty big 13%, and yet there are no. Maybe there were available earlier, or maybe the days before, but there are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I wouldn't say it can go to 4 easy. I wouldn't say that. There's a reason why, in a week and a month it's stalled. Isn't IVC, is that Evisco or something? Invacare. No. AQMS is sort of interesting, guys. AQMS is a little bit interesting. It is basing here, had some couple of bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. Sellers tried to knock it down a few pennies. Buyers are in control to a certain extent. What sort of room does it have on the weekly chart? Yeah, $1.21. It'd be like a little scalp type trade then. I'm not as interested. I thought if this weren't here, if the next high looking left was $1.62, I'd be all over this one, AQMS. It is working? Okay. I don't see, I mean, I guess if you had covered at 755, I mean, it looks like it's trying to have a little bit of a pop here, but I'm going to stick an alert around 758 for this RDUS, see if it takes that out again. Has some room, you know, it looks like there's pretty decent support around 734. SIDU over SIBU over 770. Yeah, stick. I see what you're doing. That's the high of that 15-minute candle. Yeah, I mean from 770, but then there is a ton of looks like resistance. You know, you may have eight, but certainly, you know, between 8 and 820. Looks like there's a ton of resistance. Let's take a look at Shady's LUMN. I think he had a 81016 was his suggestion. It hasn't really done much. Not really, Jose. I mean, I'm aware of them. There's nothing wrong with doing that. I'm just don't have a lot of indicators on my charts. That's all. I'm more of a feel player, I guess. And sometimes, for instance, you know, sometimes it would just be too far away for me to stay in this trade. I think they're very good if you take fewer shares. Yeah, I'm using more like price levels and you know, because that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart is down at 347. There's no way I'm holding on to there, you see, unless I took fewer shares at the beginning. But to me, you know, there's the SIDU. There you go. Larry, Larry. Well, I mean, again, you know, I only said it a hundred times. So that 398 level was so critical for me. And that's look what it did. It got into there a couple of times. So consequently, when that starts to fail, that's when I'm starting to bail more. Okay. That's when I start to bail more. You know, I would not personally, I could not wait for it to get down to 349 and give up 50 cents on a $3 stock as an example. The only way I could do that is if I taken fewer shares. That means it's a much wider stop. But again, you know, that is the way I trade. That's why it's difficult for me to, you know, sort of teach anybody to trade because I am, you know, I'm just sort of eyeballing things here and there. What's the market doing? Whereas Steve and I know Real and others, they'll have really defined areas where they'll, you know, keep in a trade, get out of a trade, enter a trade. Well, that was, I did not take it, but boy, that was a nice, now what, let's see what SIDU does here at this big area of resistance. But lots of volume came in, a lot of volume came in. So let's do this. Let's see if I can remember how to do this now. The ADN. Okay, so then I click the buy button. Then I click on stop. Then I put the number of shares I want. Then I adjust the price. This is ridiculous. I'm going to put 4, or let's do 405, and then I'm going to send it. Okay. So what I did was I put a conditional buy order in the simulator at 405 for this ADN. Okay, so that didn't work because that did not pop up quickly. So let me figure out, okay, I got to figure out why that didn't work. Well, Joel, I just demonstrate in the room how you can use a simulator to trade. Okay, that's I'm trading in my account in IB, my real account, but in here I am demonstrating how you use a simulator. A lot of new traders, so I always say people should be. Oh, I see. Okay, I always tell people that they should practice trading first. All right, that did not work, guys. I have to figure out why that did not work. Okay, one more time. Oh, not connected. That'll do it. All right, I'm going to click on another symbol. SIDU. Wow, I mean, this is taking this out. Great call, Larry. I don't know if you held on through all this, but wow, it was a great call on the 780 break. Great call. Okay, ADN. ADN. Click the buy button. Select the stop. Pick how many shares. Adjust that stop price to where I want. I'm going to put 413 this time. Send it. Okay, so I see it right there. It should not execute the trade unless ADN hits 413. Bom dia. Nah, something's wrong. That doesn't work, Pepe. That doesn't work, Pepe. I don't know where you are, but I'm following it exactly as I thought you said. That's not working. It's putting that line up there, and then it's executing the trade. 10 seconds later. So if you're still in the room, let's do it again. Maybe I did it wrong. The universal man. Okay, it's ridiculous though. Okay, I'm going to start again. No, no, it's got nothing to do with rebooting, Mike. It's just, I think it's just ridiculous how unintuitive this is. I don't know why they changed it. Anyway, I don't use it, so I don't really care, I suppose. But anyway, okay, so I'm going to try one more time. EDN. I'm going to click the buy button. Now instead of stop, I'm going to go stop limit. Okay. And now number of shares, put it up at just above it, anywhere, 385. Send it. No, enter a valid limit. Baloney. Unless I have to put it here. Yeah, make them both. That's what I used to do, you know. All right, so both of them are the same. So maybe that's it. Limit. All right, so far so good. So far so good. It hasn't executed the trade, so maybe that was it. All right, we'll try that for a while. Boy, this AQMS really looks interesting. I just wish these highs over here weren't there, 121. It really looks interesting the way it's holding here. So I know I mentioned I mean, it's not that it's had an incredible move, but I was mentioning the Kroger before I took my break, the KR took out that level around 50, 17, got up to 50.75. I mean, nothing fantastic. I mean, on a percentage basis, no big deal, but no, Jamie, it seems you can't put so buy, select stop limit, put the shares in, change the price in both boxes, send. I'll be honest, guys. I mean, I go over Brokerage Plus. You know, I do my little spiel and trade ideas. I don't see a big clamoring for people using Brokerage Plus. Certainly, you know, I think as a simulator, yes. I mean, I mean, if you're practicing trading, you're a new trader, use it, in the simulator. I mean, what I did there, okay, maybe make it more simple, just click on an alert, take the number of shares, the price you want to get in at, is it going to be limit or is it going to be at the market? If the spread's okay, just take the trade. But I don't honestly don't know. I mean, in this room, in theory, we have active traders. I don't know how many have IB, and I don't know how many use Brokerage Plus, to trade their real account. Don't look now, but AERC He is starting to break out of here a little bit. Okay, AERC is starting to break out a bit. Oh, that's why that race was stopped or something. Okay. Yeah, I keep holding out that maybe it'll have some kind of a definable, a better unchoppiness to it. Now that we're at 135. You tell me, Mike, why is Rev, this is the question in our YouTube room. Why is Rev going up? Filed for bankruptcy last week, going to be delisted on New York. You tell me. There's no rhyme or reason for it. I mean, the only thing I could think of is that, well, that happened to Hertz a few years ago, and look what happened. Hertz regained its listing. Revlon is a big name stock. Maybe that'll happen. I have no idea. No idea. There's no accounting, for some people, getting people into a trade. I mean, there's just sometimes that's what happens. And Revlon is an old school name, so maybe people think on a reorganization somehow it could come back to life in a few years. But other than that, I don't try to wonder anymore. You just accept what the market gives you, take it, and move on. No, no, don't. No, you're not dumb. No, not at all. I asked the same. That's not a dumb question at all. It makes perfect sense. Why would anybody be buying a company that filed for Chapter 11 and then today also said they're being delisted? Why would anybody buy it? Well, people are looking at a bottom fishing situation, just a trade. Yeah. See, I think it's just going to struggle. I mean, maybe later on in the day, ADN could take out 398, but to me, this could be it. I mean, this looks like the death knell of it. Yeah. Why is GME over 100? You tell me. Who knows? Maybe the Memer. I have no idea. Maybe the Memers got a hold of Revlon today too. I have no idea. Here it is. Revlon continues to defy logic, trending into green despite a delisting coming imminently. Thursday they filed for bankruptcy. Well, Chapter 11 bankruptcy. My watch list. I haven't even paid any attention to it today. Yeah, go ahead. Ask some questions about my watch list. See what happened with it. 272. So it was okay. These three are okay. This is the time of the alert, 9:46. That was the price, 272. What did it do after? I mean, remember what the market's doing today. So it got up to three, not bad. The Saidu, this was actually 9:48. There was the alert. I mean, that was actually very good. Got up to 919. And then the ADN, obviously pretty good. There was the alert, 343. Eventually got up to almost four. On the downside, AUVI, let's see, 302. Yeah, I mean, it got down to 283. Husa, 531. Yeah, so that actually popped. Okay, so I think what you're talking about, are you looking at the channel? I can't remember what's on the channel. Okay, so those three are the same as these, should be the same as these three. Okay, so what is your question? It's just a warrant, Mike. Okay, it's a warrant. Look at AERC, guys. Now, if you just loaded, okay, if you just loaded it, you're not going to see the early ones. You're only going to see the last one, okay, if that's what you're talking about. And now, when you say repeating up and down pre-market, no, you'll never see anything in the pre-market. I have a relative volume filter in here. Oh, okay. No, that's it's designed that way. Okay. It only starts working. This will start working while the first alert happened at 9:33. These two, I have a delay of 9:45. I want to see things settle down a little bit, so I put a 15-minute delay before the first alert will happen in here. But because I have a relative volume filter, current volume is 4, the relative volume, current volume is 4, is 1. The minute you use this, nothing will happen. If you use this and you have a scan and you're thinking you're going to get something in the pre-market, you won't. That'll block any data coming in. So that's the reason. So I mean, we have a lot of scans that work in the pre-market. It's just that this one, none of these scans that I've got here, my other scans, my other alert windows, that's because I have a relative volume filter in virtually all of my scans because I only want to see stocks that are trading abnormally, typically, okay? And so that's what that relative volume filter is all about. I should be paying attention to this, to these races, guys. Look at Revlon. Is it doing another crazy thing? Revlon, RAV? Okay, not really. It's trying to pop a little bit off this bottom here. But if you want things that you can see in the pre-market, I mean, we have, you could go to our pre-market channel, the pre-market channel. You'll see alerts still, but if you load it, anytime before 9:30 Eastern time, you will start to see scan or stocks in here because it doesn't have the relative volume filter. Now I can also give you what I use. If you go to my home page, instead of having to go to a channel, oops, let me just. No, no, not at all, not at all. I'll show you. So if you click on my home page, I just put my home page link. If you click on it, Where are we? Okay, you click on it and go to the scan section. These are the four that I use. You'll actually get these work in the pre-market. The gap up and gap down, and the pre-market actives up and down. Okay. Now, so these are the four I use in the pre-market. This is what it looks like. Okay, this is what it looks like. I mean, here they're individual. Okay, I put the way I've got them organized. They're in this what we call a docked window, but you can just kind of pick and choose which ones you want. But the volume to day percent is is one that to really pay attention to. Okay, in the pre-market, I don't use it when the market opens, but for instance, you see right there, if this said, 50%, I mean, right now, remember, this is a percentage. So that's 181%. I mean, this is huge. 30, 29%, etc. No, I'm sorry, that is wrong. But if you use this in the pre-market and sort on that particular column, let me do it the other way. So for instance, this says 7.4%. This is not trading abnormally at all, IMMX. But if this said, for argument's sake, 25% or 50%, and you were watching this in the pre-market, that means that the stock is traded, let's just say it said 50%. That means that the stock has traded 50% of what it would normally do over the last 10-day average, and it's already done that in the pre-market. That would be pretty significant. Okay, but I'm not limited to it. I mean, you can sort on the different columns to get somebody, Lance, I think in their YouTube room was looking, saying, well, how could I find low float movers in the pre-market? Well, I have my float column, and so all I would do a double left click. So that's telling me the float organized from the lowest, all the way. So if you're just looking for low float situations, you could sort on that and then check to see, on the close, change from the close, because that is yesterday's close. Remember, I'm using this in the pre-market. And you could check, look at BON. Now I don't know what it was, what it was in the pre-market, but you can start to see, okay, low float, and it's up 5%, 10%. That might be very interesting. But again, that volume today percent. I mean, typically all I do, honestly, is I sort on the change from the close, and then I glance over here and see, is there some really abnormal volume in it? But I mean, the change from the close, as long as there's some decent volume, just normal volume, and if it's up, if it was up 56% and it was trading a couple of 100,000 shares, I mean, does it really matter? If that's 50% of normal over the last 10 days, probably not. If all that kind of makes sense. I'm more interested in what is that percent and making sure that there is some volume. In other words, I don't want to see something that's up, 500% on 5,000 shares. Who cares? And then once the market stops, I get rid of that. I just minimize it. And then I turn to my other scans, which do have, the relative volume filter, etc. You talking to me, Mike, as far as gas? Well, I'm in Canada, okay, so I'm going to have to really throw a curve at you. It's about 220 a liter, Canadian dollars, okay, so you can do the conversion. I have no idea what that translates to, dollar, your dollars and your US gallons. Yeah, what Mike said. Okay, Bill. All right, guys, I am going to be in a marketing meeting in about 10 minutes. Do I travel to the States often? Not really, not really. I mean, I'm close to the border, but yeah, it's about 220 a liter, Canadian dollars. So again, I don't know how to. Sure, I could go on the internet and tell me exactly how much that would be in on your U.S. gallons, but yeah, you guys have different gallons than we do. We have imperial gallons. You guys have U.S. gallons. All right, guys. Again, I am just waiting now for this marketing meeting to start. You mean the meta is over, Zach? Here's another one almost at an all-time low for RBLX. Is it that much? Wow. $8? Yeah, the SIDU guys, I mean, listen, nothing surprises me anymore. I mean, if this takes out these highs here, I mean, it could. I have an alert set up here, I think 864. I mean, I guess it could have another run at the high of the day. I don't drive much, so it doesn't really affect me. So, but I do feel for people who have to drive a lot, man. Ah, I have been in Portugal. All right, guys. What the heck? What is Ribbon doing? CMP. This is a all-time. This is not. Sorry, not an all-time low. Yes, it is. Wow. Look at CMP, an all-time low. CMP all-time low at $32. This, I guess, was as an IPO back here. Compass Minerals. There he is, Mr. Dak. They were wondering where you were. How can you scan for all-time lows, Haida? Well, one of the filters that we've got, if I right-click on the alert window, just want to show you the filter you can use, configure, search, type in lifetime, LIF, okay? So position in lifetime range, okay? Position in lifetime range. So if you add the filter, you put 0 here, this is going to show you stocks that are, very close to at the lifetime low or very, very close. The reason it looks back the day before, but you put 0 there, and that's going to show you stocks that are okay. Shoot. So again, it's the position in lifetime range, and then after that, of course, what you'll do is add, some minimum volume and maybe a price range you like and things like that. But that is how you can identify stocks that are right at their almost at their lifetime low. Um, yeah, if you were listening to Steve, I mean, he talked about symbol lists. I mean, we do have a symbol list, I guess, for now space. You mean SPACs? You mean SPACs, right? You don't mean space. And we do have a symbol list that is, so if you right click on an alert window and then click on configure and then click on symbol lists and then add existing list, and you have to scroll down and you should see somewhere SPAC, okay? SPAC. That's what you meant, yeah. So you would click on SPAC, and then once it's over here, and it has to be in this column, then this is the drop down menu. It says only the following list. The default is all symbols. Most people want all symbols, right? Then you could say, but exclude the following lists. Click on that and then SPAC as an example. Now, I cannot tell you if it's 100% up to date. I mean, there was a new SPAC this morning, but that'll get rid of most of them, okay? And then as far as biotechs are concerned, we will have a symbol list that will be, close. But I cannot again tell you that it's going to be, if I click on sectors, healthcare, let's see where our bios. I used to have yeah, I mean, if you want it to be really, really, really perfect, you'd almost have to create your own list. But certainly SPACs you can try, but don't yell at me if a SPAC gets through. I'm not really sure who at Trade Ideas is responsible for updating those lists. I know it's not me. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now a bit in this marketing meeting. All right, guys, I am now back. Some interesting stuff discussed in the development meeting. Very interesting stuff on the horizon. A little bit of a tease, but some very interesting stuff, guys. Anyway, yeah, ADN, my goodness. I don't know if it's over yet, but to get up to, I have an alert set up here at 4:53. Well, I always had a piece of it. Okay, I make no bones about it. I traded out of it or out of a lot of it, but I always had a piece left just in case it could take out that 398. So, and yeah, John or Jean or Jean or I don't know. Depends if you're French, English, or what in our YouTube room. Yeah. So I gave you that. I mean, it's really simple. I mean, this is, there's a simple scan, biggest gainers from the open. You just what I did, I know I have to do is just sort on the change from the open, and here you'll see them. Okay. And the reason why, yeah, that DPSI did not show up is because, and you can change it. I mean, you can change the price range you want. I've got 1 in 50, had to be at least 200,000 shares, up at least 2% from the close, things like that. Okay. But I mean, of course, you can, but that's the filter to use, the change from the open, and just sort on it. And you'll see immediately the ones that are up the most from the open. Look at this stupid Revlon. Look at Revlon. I mean, that is even that. But anyway, that's so yeah, that's pretty simple to do. MBIO, let's see what MBIO is doing. Yeah, oh, well under, that's why it's not showing up. William, what are you doing looking at these sub $1 stocks? Yeah, that was really getting crushed. You're right. A little, yeah, the dip scan showed it at 1766. That was really getting crushed, the AERC. Man, but you're right. I mean, on your scan, the first it came up at was at 1766, so it didn't drop too much below that. But I'm done. I am. The only thing I'm really looking at, guys, is this little racing is getting more and more interesting, especially when you see something. The one that really caught my eye was the VIVK. And it showed up early, right around here, and then all of a sudden, I was watching this in this race, and it was alerting around 278. And what did it get up to? 361. All right, guys. So last look at my homepage. Man, it's already 10 to 3, so I'll be putting myself on mute very soon. Okay, so we do have a promo code on right now for 20% off. You want to take out a subscription right now. There it is. Thanks Dad 20 for 20% off the first month. Just click on the Get Trade Ideas. You'll see there are 4 plans. Pick the one you want. My suggestion is that you start off with a monthly. Try us out, 118 or 228 premium. Premium right now, I mean, unless you're really wanting to do a lot of back testing, the AI is, kind of dormant right now. Let's have to call it the way it is. So you can always start off with a standard, and you get the 20% off that first month only. Now, if you do want to upgrade or go to an annual and you do it within 30 days, we will honor the 20%. And you have to do this first. Do the let's get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. It gets you right from the, your download and installation. Okay, do this first. Stock of the day video that I do at noon, you can sign up for it here. You can sign up for the trade of the week. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. All the education is here also. Got a great user guide. Just look at the first 4 sections, concentrate on those. Those alerts, top lists, the channel bar, the daily support session. So I'm going to just check. I want to see if Chris is in the room, YouTube room at 3:30. If he's going to go to YouTube or Zoom, I think it's probably still YouTube. Let me just check. And the daily webinar, so there is one today. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday. This week it was Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And last, back to basics. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. It starts off with what is a stock? So that's a great, if you're brand new, it's all free. I mean, it is truly all free. Obviously, you want my scans, you have to be a subscriber. So here are the scans that I've got. This is in the scan section. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, so take a look at that. My advice, save my link. Then you can look at my scans. You can look at the education anytime you want. All right, guys. I am going to put the announcement in. I'm going to put myself on mute, but I am here. So if you have any questions, I'll hop on the mic. By the way, notice how this ADN worked. We took that conditional buy trade at 386. If you guys were following what I was doing, so let me just put the announcement in on mute. Room will be open until 3:30 ET, of course. But again, that conditional buy order, so that's how you can set up a conditional buy order. We set it up for ADN. I don't know what the price was when we set it up, but it was below 386. And when it hit 386, it took the order. Okay. And if I want to practice swing trading, I don't have to get out. If I leave this here, if I don't get out of the trade, then it'll become a swing trade. I can see what happens tomorrow. I can leave it in as long as I want. So you can practice swing trading also. And if I want to get out of the trade right now, I just flatten it. If I want to get out of half my trade, I just click half. Or if I want to double my position. So these are some hotkeys that we have. All right, I'll put myself on mute now, guys. Okay, just a word about this. Obviously, guys, I mean, I'm out of this trade now. If I'm managing this trade in the simulator, the minute, I mean, first of all, I would never want to see if you're up $292 and now I'm only up 750. Obviously, not a great way to manage the trade. So these are good columns to have, of course. Your total PNR is what's happening right now. The max would have been if I got out right at the very high, exactly at the high. In other words, it would have been up here at 455 or so. And then if I get out of the trade, the distance from the exit price is a good gauge. That's going to tell you, okay, you get out of a trade. What did it do from when you got out? In other words, so if you got out of a trade, you'd like to see a big negative number. In other words, it's well below where you got out, as an example, as opposed to a big positive number. So this is a good way to gauge how good are your exits. So obviously would not have been a great way to manage. You cannot let something that you're up $300 turn into a loss. Can I repeat that? Sure. So in the Brokerage Plus simulator, the columns that I like to see are max P&L, total P&L, of course, and the distance from the exit price. So what this means is the max P&L would have been, okay, when you were in the trade with the 500 shares at the entry of 386, if you could have got out right at the very top, which would have been 448, okay, that's the max you could have made. Now, I mean, nobody's saying that anybody can get out right at the very, very high, okay? But that's just telling you, okay, at one point I was up, 290. So you would not want to let that go down to only $17, okay? So that's why I'm saying keep an eye on the max P&L and your total P&L. And then the other one, though, is when you do get out of a trade, keep an eye on the distance from the exit price. And these are just if you don't have these columns, it's just a matter of, these are just columns, right click, columns. And we have too many. I think we have way, 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 way too many options. Okay. But one of them is the distance from the exit price. And so again, if I get out of this trade right now, this is going to tell me how far away is the current price from when I got out. So, just makes sense, give yourself, say to yourself, well, I guess that was a good exit. If that's a big negative number, that would mean it's well below, the price you got out. Ooh, look at SIDU, guys. SIDU just got halted on the way down. Okay, back to mute. All right, guys, I'm back, and I just wanted to confirm, or I did get it confirmed that Chris will be in the YouTube room at 3:30, so in about 7 or 8 minutes from now. So I'm putting the YouTube link in to the main room, so you want to head over there. When Chris shows up, he'll be there between 3:30 and 4:30. And unbelievable. I'm just looking, I don't know why I have it up in thumbnail, but I had GME up in thumbnail. I mean, look at this. I mean, it's just quite unbelievable. I mean, it's down $3, but I mean, compared to the rest of the market and all the stuff that's happened, look at this monthly chart. I mean, it's just sitting there. She was a pretty good bounce, Zach. Yeah, that was a great bounce, actually. Now, you know what I'm looking at? I'm probably not going to do anything now, but the Valley. I mean, the market is trying to recover just a little bit. I see on your scan Valley at 1845. Problem I might have with it though, it looks like 1860 is a lot of resistance. All right, guys, I'm going to shut it down now. So I'm just going to put my script together. Thanks a lot for all of the help as usual today. Just get closing the room down. Just give me a moment as I get the announcement in. All right, so I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. And so have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. Of course, you in YouTube can hang around. Chris will be there pretty soon. And there he is.
And here I am.
Not very happy, but there you are.
I'm plenty happy.
Man, I can just imagine you're getting that email from them or however you were notified. Man, oh man.
Yeah, I'm waiting to respond so I don't do anything harsh or rash at this point, but
Yeah.
not
And they
not
won't
very fun.
make any allowances for the fact that they kind of screwed up.
Not at the moment. I mean, I don't, there's a few people I could try to reach out to, but I don't like to play that way either. So,
Yeah.
we'll see what happens. Like I said, I'm a little emotional about it, so it's probably best to wait to respond till the morning. But I
So you
don't think
hear
there's
that,
gonna be much that
everybody?
can be done.
Don't tick Chris off today, okay? For between 3:30 and 4:30 in his session. Do not tick him off. He'll explain. He'll explain. I'll let you go now. Okay,
All right,
I'll
Barry.
go now. You can explain if you want to.
Oh, I
But
forgot. I
everybody
got to
wants to
share
know,
my
how did the
screen,
test
right?
go? Yeah, go ahead and share your screen.
There we go. All right, we're in. So,
Okay.
all right, Barry, you're off and running, and we'll catch you for Freaky Friday tomorrow.
Absolutely. Okay, Chris. Bye-bye.
Take care, Barry. Bye bye. So, all right, everybody, here we go. We're off and running for the day. So what we got? 3:30. Markets down bad. All those kinds of fun things here. Been tasked elsewhere throughout the day, so I just know the market's down. I didn't really pay attention to a ton of stuff. I know we're looking at levels as far as the overall market goes, not seen since the end of 2020, as a matter of fact. Let me take a look back here and give a scroll out. See, let's draw a line here. Or less to there. So December of 2020, essentially. So we wiped out all the gains from 2021. All that is done in just this short period of time. We wiped out a year's gains in 6 months. So, anyways, fun game we play. Mike, see what's happening. So that's that. I did no personal trading today. I was just out of touch with everything that was going on. It was a wonky day for me. So, I see Cisco thrown on here, and not the Cisco everybody's thinking of, the CISO, CISO, I guess. I just take note of it. I traded a few times. I think last week was it? Maybe it was the week before. I can't even remember anymore. And it had a good move to it a few times, but the spread sometimes loosened up a lot. So make of that what you will. And let's see, just look at the numbers on it here. Nah, not really liquid. Not a whole lot going on there. So not anything to me worth noting. I said I had these couple of big days last week. Oops. You can see we had something similar back here earlier spring, and then just kind of feathered off. So I suspect more of the same from that. And again, I'm here to help answer some questions on the platform or anything else that any other burning desires you folks have. Take a look around the horn at some of these top winners here. So wow, that was quite a move on this. A reversal, gap up, came down. Met some support here. A couple of days ago. That's interesting to note. It's a nice move out of that race. GDXU. Yeah, I mean, yeah, made a nice move through here. It's trying to make a hook up now. Let's horseshoe up almost like an upside down hook, I guess. Gold miners leverage ETN, exchange traded note. Very interesting. OILD, Bank of Montreal. So just a bit of a grinder here today on that. If a company has minus 24 on the ADX, I have to look at remember what the filter does in that, how the filter works. I gotta look. Bring over an alert window. EX. Just waiting for a help page to load. See, ADX. So ADX traditionally uses the term stock is trending or not. Values less than 25 indicate sideways or choppy. Values between 30 and 50 typically indicate strong trend. Values can be anywhere from 0 and 100, but very large values unusual. They denote stocks doing unusual things. So a value, Peter, of 24 means that the stock is really is moving sideways. There's no trend. ADX just tells us there is a trend. It doesn't tell us the direction of the trend versus DI or DMI. We have a DI indicator or filter that determines the direction of the trend. So, and you can see actually we even say it right here. DX confirms that there is a trend, and plus DI minus DI show the direction of the trend. So that's how that's used. That's how that's done. BIVK, Mike C. Let's take a look. What does BIVK look like? Oof. A big topping shadow there. Massive volume came into it. Look at that. 31 mil shares traded 188 times its normal value. That's hefty. I mean, I'm here now for, demonstrating. You can ask questions. I can demonstrate stuff live on screen. There's this session, the noon session, this session, the noon session every single day. Those are Eastern times. We have our live chat, our live support chat on the website, open from 9 a.m. Eastern to 4:30 p.m. Eastern, where we can answer questions there. And the user's guide, our getting started videos, all those things like that is where we can help Adam. Start firing some questions away, and also, if you haven't watched it yet or you haven't taken a look yet, just give you a link here. Excuse me while I look for a link, because our Getting Started series that Stephanie did is really outstanding, actually. And the videos are very short. They're in between 2 and 5 minutes each. It's broken into, I don't know, let's say a dozen. Videos, give or take. So that's a getting started series. If you haven't watched any of that, I recommend doing that in your free time. But start firing questions at me here. This is why we do these live streams, to help new users, help any kind of user, any level user. If you need to know what the difference is between the different windows and how to set them up and format them. Acquiring oil properties. Yeah, oil's going to become, oil's always a politically heated thing, but I think it's even going to become more so, unfortunately. And I'm just going to have to be careful with that. Nice couple day move out of go here in the face of everything else going on. This is in the strength alerts, I think. This was in the strength alerts yesterday. It came in yesterday morning. Just going back in time on that, taking a look there. So again, Adam, just circling back to you. Any questions? Start firing those away. We can build something together on screen. I can even share it out with you via the cloud. We can go over setting up charts, any of that stuff like that, or anybody else. Arco, AKRO. Nice move that they had there. Speaking of energy, bring up an XOP chart. Let's see, that was a pretty significant breakout level right there, right here. And we came up to it and we really fought around there and came down and fought around there and came up and got through it. And we're coming back down and testing this area right now. So we'll see. We'll see if it can make it through the wizard's hat here. Art. There we go. Just for fun. ECDA. And despite all of the bear market, still some stocks up on the day. Was coming in big here. Not a lot of shares traded. 10-cent spread, but I guess that's workable. Someone decided it was right for them. So Luxembourg, right? Yep. Drip. Gas Bear. On premium, you can have up to 20 charts at once. That's the max. That is correct, Omni. 20 charts, yep. Let's see. My friend K-Web had some interest there. Overall, still kind of trying to hold up here. Still has the short-term trend intact. We're still on track for trying to make higher lows. Like I said, though, we need to start making higher highs with the higher lows too. So we really need to hold this level here for me to become a believer in a trend change. I want to be a believer more because it presents an opportunity to make money on the upside. You are welcome. ECYO. Willow, no, I ran into some issues. The testing company somehow lost my ticket for it. They closed the testing window, and now they tell me that I can't take the test. So I don't want to go too much into it because I'm pretty mad right now, to be honest. But it looks like I'm going to get screwed on the whole deal. So it's not really anything I can do. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it just sometimes you hit those runs and you hit those runs in life where everything seems to be coming up kind of screwy. So, anyways, it is what it is. Try not to dwell on it. I'll do what I can from my end, and the rest is out of my control. It'd just be kind of a bummer to put 6 months of work into something, to wait another 6 months to do it and delay everything by 6 months on top of all the studying, while it's fresh in my head. Anyways, it is what it is. It's not the CMT really. It's the company that does the testing called Prometric. It's a convoluted process, but because of COVID, nobody could take the test in person, and the CMT contracted it out to this company Prometric essentially, and they proctor the tests remotely. And anyways, it's just become a big to do or whatever. So um, it's just a headache at this point. Again, Adam, if I'm not sure if you can hear me, but that's what I'm here now. If you can ask questions, what you'd like for the setup. I saw an email just come in from you about the 30-minute webinar. This is the 30-minute webinar now. I do it for an hour though. That Zoom is dead for now. Nobody came to the Zoom. It made no sense to have it going for now, and so we decided to stick with this YouTube platform instead. This is what we've always done. The Zoom was an experiment. It looks to be a failed experiment. So again, hopefully you can hear me, Adam. Ask your questions here, whatever questions that you have. Let's see. I see another ticket from you. So you can't collaborate a scanner with Holly. Holly's her own entity. All right. So I'll start addressing these one by one that I see your questions here that came into the email. All right. To get Holly, you go new AI Holly strategy trades window, and that's going to spawn one of these here. All right. So unfortunately, just one trade for whatever reason. Amazingly enough, she had a short that looks like it got stopped out, at least in moderate. And in here, there's a lot of columns that have a lot of different data, and you can start to adjust those columns. Right click, you can come to columns. Some of it's going to be more intuitive than others. I'll start with, let's go with the more simple look of Holly right here. Thanks, Mike C. Let's see if he can make sure Adam can hear me. I don't want to speak into the void. What we really try to do is have people utilize these free one-on-ones or these free support sessions here instead of paying extra for the exact same thing, in that regard. I'm gonna take that as you can't hear me or see me or something. I'm not really sure. Adam, if you can hear me, let me know. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of all the questions if you're not listening. So I'm going to take no responses. Your speakers are turned off or something. So, all right, with that said, my light is looking pretty ugly here. All right, so I'm gonna move that back over. I don't think he can hear. He's not responding anyways, regardless. So, it was funny. Steve just did a video on TikTok talking about you better be able to short in this market, and you wonder how low do we go in this? Got to ask ourselves that. We've got to there for pre-pandemic highs. Not really that far off. Only take a couple sessions to get there. That 5-minute chart doesn't want to work anymore. Getting lazy on me. That looks good. I guess that chart decided to die for the day. MGY, this was brought up yesterday and just looks like a little more pain for MGY here. There we go. So that'll work for now. I think the theme boiled down bad also. USO was hanging in there for a bit. The outfit, yeah. The outfit. I haven't heard that in so long. Fun movie. If you're referencing what I'm thinking, anyways. I can't even think of the name of the movie there. AUVI. AUVI. We like it over 324. That's what we said. AUVI. Yeah, this looks like this 340 level looks like it could be a struggle, came in, couldn't break, that opening range. That could be tough to break, that opening upper range. But maybe going into tomorrow, we'll see. We wonder, do we get a bounce tomorrow? We kind of got a bounce yesterday, but today the market showed its true colors. And I forget who it was. Someone said yesterday, what could we expect after the Fed day? And I said, generally speaking, the market's down the next day. That's kind of what's been historical over the last several years. Interesting, we'll move off of that. You got all this, you got a good bit overhead resistance. That's all around here, though. This area right in here is going to be tough. And you move up to that there. So those are the things you got to fight with. All right, so just a few seconds, and that's going to wrap it up for the market today. There's most certainly been better days. Look at my sector list. I'm getting used to this new setup. So worth noting that you got some precious metals up, but did they need a relief too? Quite possibly. its move here and just completely failed here. But back at some pretty significant levels here as far as support and resistance go. So those are definitely worth noting. It's safe to say most everything on my like list is dead at this point. Oof, LTHM. Treated me very well all through 2021. Had one real bad trade in it in 2022. I think I'll be looking at it anytime soon, though. I worked for Rocco once upon a time in a pizzeria. Start taking a lot of these off the list here. Again, you know, if anybody's got questions, fire them away for me. I'm a little lackluster today. I do apologize. Hard to be excited on a day like today. So anyway, we saw gold. Gold is up on the day, silver's up on the day. So, you know, is it time for precious metals? I mean, my view on precious metals is quite clear. I don't get it. If they're going to trend, then I'll make a trade, or I'll be looking to make a trade. But they haven't trended for a very long time. The finest of the cuisines. Interesting. Charge point doesn't look completely terrible right now. I'll let you hang out, charge point. Looks like the shorts are having their way with VT and R now after this big move. I mean, that's a really good move from here to here. And then you had that flag action and that again. So definitely had its run. Breaking this level here is pretty big. It could be fast and furious from there. China, that's why it's on there. I'm gonna leave China for now. Gonna let it be. AERC, I think you can drop that from the list. I have a feeling that it's gonna be over. P10. Adios. Yeah, I guess we'll take a look at some sectors and see how ugly they are for now. We'll start at the bottom. Home builders. I guess mortgage rates are going up or something, so I'd expect a lot more pain here in home builders. This was fast. I mean, this was, one of the bright spots in 2021. Nice move through 2021. I mean, has given it up and then some. We're looking at levels not seen since 2020. And I think this has got a way to go. I think that that's going to happen very quickly with the home builders. Clean energy. I think you can stick a fork in that stuff for a while. There's just no way. Not with people getting crushed with energy prices at the pump, at home, literally everywhere. XOP, we'll see. Like I mentioned before, it's a pretty big level here. It's already, I'd say, even dropped below what I'd consider a big level. Again, generally speaking, if you want things to get messed up, get the government involved, and the government's all over energy right now. So it might be best to stay away from energy. We listen to the charts. The chart is telling me something's happening and changing quickly, is what I believe. That's a really big move, really, really quickly. Your semiconductors, they continue to look terrible, both the SMH and the SOXX. What do I think of SIDU? I think it got halted on the way down recently. Yeah, I think it got halted down on this candle here, maybe. I mean, it's not anything I'd be going after. Is it a buyout? I'm looking at the way it's trading right now. The time and sales on it right now are kind of strange looking to me. It doesn't look like there's really anything going on with that at all. If I were to look at anything on it, it's that right now. You got that happening into that. So, I mean, obviously it has a ton of action in it yesterday and today. So maybe, anybody that's interested in tracking it, I'd say keep that there. But I wouldn't jump into it early tomorrow morning. I'd tell you that. I'd let the market come to me on that one. I'd let the market come to me in general. But going into tomorrow, maybe you're looking at the low, anything below the low of today as a real bearish sign on it. And if it can hold the low of today going into tomorrow, might give you an opportunity upside. But just looking at how erratic this thing is with these upper and lower shadows, that's just it's a chart that I particularly care to stay away from. Just not my cup of tea. Oh, they got a contract with NASA. All right, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, no thanks. So yeah, when you got a news-driven event, you just gotta let those technicals play out. Whether it's a moving average that you want to see it supporting it and then maybe lifting it, or a pivot line. I think also, we can draw a line going back to here. And again, I know my lines aren't always the straightest, but I think I'm illustrating what I'm looking at, this level in here. And that's a pretty big deal right there to get through that. So if it does, if the potential on it is massive, all the way up to $30. But that's a huge if to get through that. Huge, huge, huge if. That's that's what that is. Oh yeah, we were looking at. Let me bring this back over. IYE. So let's see, IYE. Energy again. So, the chart tells us something happened, energy, something broke. At least in the short term, something broke. And I think we're below some kind of key levels at this point. That's going to put a lot of pressure on this chart to want to continue this way, I think. I think air travel is dead. I am certain solars are dead for the moment. Oh, let's be honest. That solar chart doesn't look as bad as some of these other charts. I didn't even realize it's already 412. Ain't that something? More oil. I think we've covered enough energy, right? XLE. I think we covered enough energy. K-Web we talked about that it's still hanging in there. I mean, almost has this what Steve would call a bird in the hand look, ready to take flight. So I got my, I see some China stocks coming through that look strong in this overall weak market. Might have to pounce for a nice day trade. They'll have to be coming through my scans, obviously. My thoughts on Redbox. It's day trader vehicle. I mean, I don't think there's any long-term investment here, or unless we're looking to bring back Blockbuster or something. But I think it's a catalyst of some of the streaming services getting their butts kicked right now. And you're seeing this go on here. I mean, technically, it's got this trend currently, going on right now. So if it can, ride that trend line, maybe it pushes higher. I don't, fundamentally, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I mean, it makes about as much sense as Peloton makes. But, that's never stopped investors before either. So, but other than that, I mean, like I said, good day trading vehicle. Look, you had this opening range established here in the first half an hour, and it makes that nice move up off the bottom of the opening range, right? Gave it up the rest of the day, essentially, but all the same, there's a solid day trade to the long side and a solid day trade to the short side here on it. So great day trading vehicle for now, as long as the volume can keep up in it. That's what I would say. Is this retail? Yeah, retail not good. Yeah, you got it, Al. So yeah, I think retail is going to be dead in the water for a while. You know, can the retail, can the consumer save us? Can the consumer save us? That's what we've heard for years and years and years. I mean, you got credit card debt at record levels. Um, you've got food at record high prices. You've got energy at record high prices. Um, and not to be all gloomy, but you haven't even really heard much on big layoffs yet. And you got to wonder, is that going to become one of the next big shoes to drop? So I think, retail, there's quite a few ETFs that we're looking at that are headed towards 40. Skip software, I think. I don't think anybody's looking at software or autonomous vehicles. I think that's the last thing on anybody's mind. Cloud computing, I think that had its day in the sun. I think that's dead now. This is your mid-cap trust right here, evenly weighted. So this is something certainly worth noting. This is one that, I talked about a lot over the last year or so. I had this range that was going on for so long there and came broke, and it's really broke at this point. And I would surmise this is on deck for the mid-cap trust. And again, what makes this significant to me is it's evenly weighted. So it's isn't cap weighted, it isn't being held up by two or three different different big market cap stocks. That's kind of significant. IWM obviously are small caps. That's going to take a while to recover. But what people should be thinking about at this point is, at some point all this turns around, right? We can't go down forever. I mean, if we do, there's bigger issues at hand, and I think that'll be, stock market will be the last thing on anybody's mind. I think what people have to realize is that those that have cash, dry powder, whatever you want to call it, there will be some big opportunities in all of these sectors, and it'll be the chance favoring the prepared mind and all that stuff like that. Uh, yes, Adam. I mean, I can give you a couple of minutes now. I wrap up at 4:30. I was trying to help you, half an hour ago or so. So, a couple things to address for you here, Adam. I see your tickets that came in. That 30-minute webinar, that's this now. That the other one, that doesn't exist anymore, that 30-minute webinar, for now anyways. So that's dead in the water. This is where you're going to want to come. We do this at noon Eastern every day, and we do this at 3:30 Eastern every day. All right. So these are going to be two of the main spots. I also, I shared this with you. All right. In your free time, it's a 30-minute video series that's going to cover, I bet, 90% of any beginner's questions. What is a top list? What is an alert window? How do we set these things up? All right, let's start this again. You know, a couple of minutes here to, I think, to address some of the more key things. All right. So everything in Trade Ideas lives in three places. All right. We're going to start with two of them. The first two, the two ones that we're going to focus on here is this is called our menu bar right here, right? You know, where it says File, New, Tools, Windows, Help, Account. All right. We're mostly going to want to start with looking in File and New to start with. All right. New gets us to an alert window, a top list. All right. Our single stock window. Now, these are all windows that have different data points for us that can tell us different things about the market. Now, if we want to start a new alert window, we can come here, we click new. It'll probably have some defaults that are set up in it, okay? Each tab has a purpose that we need to set. Some of them we have to work with more than others, but an alert window is essentially a data window, a scan that tells us a stock did what we were asking it to look for at that specific time. So in the search, we have all these different data points to create the alert window from. One is going to be an alert. The second one is a top. The second one is called filters. So the alerts will all have a single looking icon that are similar to this, all single icons with a description of what it is. The filters are dual icons and they indicate a minimum and maximum value with those colors. And if we were to come to the Windows specific filter, there's probably some preloaded ones anytime someone opens a new alert window, and they'll have some values in them. I always recommend just go through and you can erase those values so you can start really from fresh. All right. And then ask yourself what you're looking for in the scan. All right. So we can start with something like we want a price range, right? So what we'd first do, we can search for the things we want to have. Price, Price. All right, so there's price, and the unit is in dollars, right? And we click on price, we see it's highlighted. We can add that filter, and we can give it a range. We can say, oh, I want to see stocks from, let's say, $4 minimum to maximum of $100, for example. All right, and then we can search and say, you know, I want to see stocks that are up from the close. All right, and have a positive change from the close. We can type CLOSE, close. All right, we can start to look at what we have for close here. And we can come and we will find change from the close. And we have that in both dollars or percent. I like to work in percents personally, so we can add that filter. We've selected it, highlighted it, and we said, well, I want to see stocks that are up at least 1% from the close. All right, and that's how we build an alert window. We will need what we call an alert attached to it. Like I mentioned, there's two different types of icons here. All right. You have your minimum and maximum values for those filters. And then the alerts are these single icons like that. So an alert, again, is an event. So an event is a stock makes a new high on the day, or it makes a new low on the day, or it makes this check mark up, or it has a standard deviation break, or we're looking at an NYSE buy imbalance or sell imbalance, or we're looking at stocks that have been in a consolidation or relative high volume or 1 minute volume spike. So we can settle up on any of these. So we could say, well, you know, I want to see stocks that are making a new high on the day. Just like we did with the filters, we're going to select it. We're going to go add alert. And in here, we'd have to make sure there's a check mark in it. All right. So make sure that's a check mark in there, and then you're good to go on that. And that's the basis of building an alert window. All right. Once you've built an alert window or any window, you're going to want to save it. So sorry, that loaded on another page for me. Bring that over. So we right click. Everything again is a right click. We can right click and go save or share to cloud. And by clicking that, that'll save that into our cloud. When we click save, and to find it again, file, load from cloud, and it'll be in here in our cloud. And anything we save like that will always be here in the cloud, okay? Now, we do some work for you off the bat. If you come to new and you go to channel bar, all right, that is going to be a pre-done set of scans and windows, all right? What we call a layout. When you have a conglomerate of scans and charts, single stock windows, we call that a layout. And we have different themes for all of them. If you want to see stuff in the pre-market, you want to see stocks that are the big alphas, you know, on the day. You want to see stuff that's a momentum, all right? Stuff that's surging towards the upside. You want to see stuff that's got a high short float on it. If you want to see stocks that are falling, they're going down, okay? So, you know, all these have a theme within them. And if you click on any one of these channels, it'll load a conglomerate of scans for you to go over and take a look at. And if you see a particular scan that you like, that you want to have as you move through other channels, because each channel can only be loaded one at a time, well, you could save that. So, for example, if you clicked on one of the channels and then you saw a scan, like, for example, a top list, that what we have over here, this top list, you could right click that again, come to save or share to cloud. And when you've saved it, it'll then be in file, load from cloud, like we went over before. So again, file, load from cloud, anything that you start there. Thanks, Mixie. I appreciate it. You have a good one too, and we'll see you back here tomorrow at 3:30. And then Jamie, you who was on today? Today was Steve. He mentioned a bounce, a 50-day scan YouTube video. I'm trying to find it on YouTube. You can look here. Let me find our YouTube page. You want to have a look here on our videos page on YouTube. And then a selfless plug, please subscribe to our YouTube page. So it should be there, but you can also, if you can't seem to find what you're looking for, support at trade-ideas.com, right? And just say, hey, I'm looking for the scan that Steve was sharing in the live stream at noon on Thursday. And I'll make sure that gets over to him, and he'll get your response there. So, all right, Adam, I have to wrap up and go for the day, but Adam, make sure you come back tomorrow. Come here at noon tomorrow. Andy's here at noon to go over questions, all right? And you're very welcome. My pleasure to help with that. And then you come back at 3:30 tomorrow. But also promise me, Adam, that those videos, I'm going to drop this again. This is good for anybody that's still trying to find their way with this software right now towards the beginning of it. They're short videos. This isn't like some long 4-hour course that you got to take to understand the software. I mean, we're talking 2 to 5 minute videos on this stuff. And, you know, the videos are all separated, so you can go through and decide what I need to look at, what I don't need to look at. All right. You too, Tarek, appreciate it. Perhaps I'll see you in the Trader TV chat tomorrow morning when Michael's doing his thing there. So I have to run, everybody. I do appreciate everybody coming in, and we will do this all over again tomorrow. All right, everybody, have a great rest of your Thursday. Take care, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.